So, the Taliban, they have Nighthawks. I think this is mirrored, or is it? Maybe this one's mirrored. Which one's the mirrored one? You'll never know. You'll never know what the room really looks like. Is this my left or my right side? Well, which is it? Just chill out a little bit. I've lost my buttons. I found it. I found it. Alright, so here's where we're at right now, dude. There's a lot of shit going on. Apparently there's supposed to be something going on in DC also. There's some kind of voting rights march that people are traveling from out of state to get to. I don't really know what it is though, but that's why I got Washington DC in the title. The Pentagon has already spoken a little bit this morning about what they're going to do and whatnot. We can watch that in a minute. And this, I haven't seen this yet. This just popped up on my newsfeed and I was like, okay, now here's something I can go live with. Because all the other stuff was kind of bland. This, Taliban with Blackhawks. I want to see how well they fly. Hey, can I smoke first though? Is that cool, man? Come on, dude. Be cool. I shaved. I shaved for the people. I didn't do this for me. I did this for you. Actually, I did for both of us. It makes me feel better when I do it. And it probably looks a little better for the stream. I was going all scruffy. That's what depression does. So let's see. We got Internet God always first. He's always first, man. Y'all are slackers, dude. Internet God deserves like a raise or something. You know, I need to start doing that. Actually, you can type first. No, it doesn't really count though, because you can't do it until you're here for a while. Maybe I can figure that out. Like the first person that's actually here gets like 10,000 dough or something, you know? We should do something like that, huh? Dude, I don't even know what I'm gonna do with all those. I'm going to clean the bong to smoke those rest of those roaches. Jim S. also. Yeah, you were here. You're here now. You're here. You didn't make it last time. You're here now, though. Appreciate you, man. Lucessa also all the way from Australia. Holy shit. What time is it? Chris Walton? What's happening? Yeah, it's what's happening right here. This is what's happening. Kind of. Bitcoin did a little pump last night. I woke up in the middle of the night last night thinking about, dude, I keep going to sleep at like 7 o'clock at night or something because it's so hot. Or not, maybe not that early, but it's pretty early. Because I'm like, I'll get up in the middle of the night and I'll trade crypto because it's the perfect time to trade it. Man, 1 o'clock in the morning hits and that alarm goes off and I'm just like, yeah, no. I'm not doing it. I'm going right back to sleep. Every time. But I'm also scared that I'll get up and just lose money. You know, I'm scared I'll get up and lose like $500. So I'm like, yeah, I'll just go back to sleep. It's safe. It's safer. But yeah, it pumped a little bit. It dumped and it pumped last night. Now, it might actually pump this weekend. There is some speculation. There's a theory that it's pumping on the weekends and dumping during the week. So we'll see if that plays out. Anthony Hammond-Tree, what's up, man? How you been? Oh my goodness, I'm gonna catch up, don't I? This feels like old times. It's because I waited too long to read chat. 12 on the dot. 12 what? Oh, was it 12 of your time? Sweet. Perfect. That was so intentional, dude. That's what I was trying to do. I'm trying to be more punctual. I didn't even know what time it was. Okay. I literally didn't even know what time. I had no idea. I don't look at that at all before I go live. I just look for content. So let's play this while I'm grinding and rolling. How about that? This is like 6 minutes long. I'm gonna say hi to the rest of the people. Fafner, Janice, go welcome. Fresh things, man. I tried. I cleaned up. Anybody else? Anybody else? Have a good day. I was oh. Oh yeah, but you said you had to. Oh, anybody that's not getting notifications, but all of you probably did get notifications. But if you're not getting notifications to another channel, try unsubbing from that channel and resubbing, because I think that's what worked for Jim. He said you didn't get one. No, not that song.
It's very cosmopolitan.
Oh no. This is my we rolling up song. Oh. Scroll a little bit more. Okay, we're good. We're caught up. I can chill now. You can chill too. This is we're just chilling right now, man. Hey dude, I don't have to get on here and bust my ass, do I? I mean, whatever. Probably. Yeah, you do. Fuck you, I'm out of here. You're not busting your ass. Dude, this channel's got weed all over it, so if you guys don't like weed, there's something wrong with you. What are you doing here? I mean, I guess some of you don't smoke, but I'm pretty sure you guys are FBI agents or something. You're on the case right now. Why else would you be here? I figure I've said enough dumb shit to have at least one's my like personal special agent. What's up, Chuck? How you doing this morning? I'm not the PC streamer. I'm the streamer your mama warned you about. Stay away from those guys. That influence. Yeah, maybe we should go hang out with your mama. That's safer. I don't know, man. There's been some stories lately hidden by my Facebook feed of some crazy ass moms that are killing their kids, dude. You hear about that one? It was in Milwaukee or something. Some neighbor was smelling like rotted meat next door, so they called the cops, and it just happened yesterday. And the cops came in and there were 2 dead kids. One in the living room and one in like in the back room, just there. They'd been dead for so long you could smell them outside. Like, the fuck, man? My mom wasn't that bad. Well, hey, your mom might have been bad, but she wasn't kill you and... She's admitted to it, by the way. She wasn't kill you and leave you in the living room. Kind of bad, was she? So, like that dude that took his kids to Mexico and killed them. Like, what the fuck is going on with parents nowadays, dude? Parents are killing their kids like it ain't shit. And then these accidental gun discharges that are going up. Kids are killing their parents too, dude. This is the world the Bible talks about at the end. Okay, let's go. Here, girl. Let's watch this story for a second.
And breaking news, we begin this edition of the news with this very, very dramatic video that you see on your screens. And this is the Taliban with the Afghan Air Force Black Hawks. In fact, it is trying to ride in one of them.
They don't know how.
Telling you the extent of the weapons, remember, that actually have got into their hands. These are extremely sophisticated weapons. Now, in the hands of the Taliban. Our colleague Sanik also joining us live right now to actually take you through that entire video and more details that we have, Sanika.
As you can see, this video that we've accessed, it shows that Taliban has got its hands on one of the choppers that America has left behind in Afghanistan. It's exactly what the world should fear about the Taliban being weaponized. Because a few days back, we also had a video of Taliban using heavy artillery like a howitzer.
Howitzer, I see that.
The howitzer probably somewhere in the interiors of Afghanistan. Now we have this video of an American chopper in the hands of Taliban. They are attempting to fly it because till a few days back we had reports that the Taliban did not have the sort of a team or the skill to fly these choppers, or they don't have an air force to say so. But right now we're getting this video of Black Hawk choppers that of the American army that the Taliban has gotten hold of. And for the last few days, we've been talking about how
they still got the train wheels on.
The US has sort of weaponized Taliban. They have from the year 2007 to 2016, there were at least 110 helicopters, 60 transporter cargo airplanes, 20 light attack airplanes, and there were around 18 surveillance airplanes in Afghanistan of the United States Army. And so in total there were like as many as 208 choppers or as we can say Air Force might that US had left in Afghanistan, which is now all at the disposal of the Taliban.
Where are the protests?
Taken any of it back.
Why aren't
there were several videos
why aren't
that
people
we had
protesting?
Last week also the plea of Taliban terrorists sort of capturing one of the choppers of the US Army. And one of the persons
in America,
there
you know,
video,
like,
one of the Taliban terrorists in the video could be heard saying that we don't know how to use this.
Why the fuck aren't Americans pissed off about this? They're just like, oh well, it's over there. One fucking black guy dies, the whole world gets fucking bent out of the shape. We lose 13 service members, and we're just like, I gotta be at work at 30 minutes.
Is about backfiring on it. We'll keep a close watch on the development.
Everybody was taking off work before, though, weren't they? I gotta take off work for this fucking protest for George Floyd.
Yes, Sanika, for the moment, thank you. But Wing Commander Praful Bakshi also joins us right now as we are staying with this entire video.
Fucking ridiculous, dude.
And that is the moment where you actually do see that
those soldiers were vetted,
coming really close.
Trained.
Viewers can have a better view of
George
what
Floyd
we are
wasn't.
About. Wing Commander Saab, you actually do know the importance of this, military helicopter. This is obviously used as a frontline utility when it comes to wars.
America's so stupid, dude.
Clearly, the Taliban does not actually right now know how to drive this. But the point is,
they should have people livid right now. This is our money.
Ammunition for the Taliban.
You bought that and gave it to them.
Well, to tell you the truth, Taliban has got more weaponry than you think. Yes, they left this Black Hawk. This Black Hawk is, they are not trying to hand like this. They are. There's a lot of other exercise which they have to do, compass swing and a lot of other things and ground run, etc. They may be trying that. And let me tell you one thing. They have access to a lot of Pakistani pilots who are adept, who have been trained in this Black Hawk. So there is no problem in getting a Black Hawk pilot for them. There is a so let's not think that they'll not be able to fly. They will get enough people to fly. In fact, the Tucano, the ground attack fighter they have, there are other aircraft, they have logistics helicopters. They will all be able to fly if other countries like Russia
they're gonna get pilots.
They help them out. So there is a lot to worry than what we can see. But yes, you can see the Black Hawk helicopter is there. He may be doing something else, the ground run, compassing, there's so many other things which have to be done in an aircraft. So let's not conjecture that some odd, funny Taliban fighter is sitting in it and doing it. But this is a very dangerous thing. And if after 31st August, if Americans don't back out and don't, they don't meet their deadline and start attacking along with NATO forces, there will be a lot of chaos
and start attacking.
A problem out here. So you can make out Taliban has got weapons not only from America, but from Russia. And also, let me take you back a little. CFE, that is the Conventional Force Europe Treaty after Soviet Union broke up. Those surplus weapons, which are south of Ural, have come to them. And they are all in the mountains and caves. They are hidden out there. They have got a big stock of those weapons also.
But they
so
do.
let me tell you one thing. Matters are more serious than you can think.
This dude knows because he lives out there.
Wing Commander Sab, I think you've actually explained to us the concern that the world should have right now, and particularly US. I think that's a question that comes up again and again. A lot of these propaganda videos, remember, do get uploaded on the social media by the Taliban, obviously trying to project them as trophies. Now, whether or not they know how to use them, we do not know. But as the Wing Commander said, that obviously these have fallen into some very, very wrong hands. For the moment, sir, thank you so much.
Have people, dude. They have, all right, like I put in my description, like the Taliban's using crypto. They're using Bitcoin. They have money, dude. You know what I mean? They have ways to buy the ammunition, the rockets, and all that shit that they need for these, dude. They probably still have, dude, do you think they left everything in them? Like all the navigation systems, all the targeting systems? Because I know when we had the Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Iran, whoever had Scuds, I forget who it was. I was young when it was going on, but whoever had Scuds, from what I understand, they didn't have navigation systems on them. They didn't have any way. It was like lobbing a school bus into the air. You know, they didn't give them that. Like Russia didn't give them that part of it. They only gave them the missile. That's why they were always like way off of target. But like, did we actually just leave them with everything they need? The targeting system, the navigation? Or did they? Well, they probably, because those are supposed to be Afghani choppers. Like those are supposed to be Afghan troop choppers. They were supposed to use those to protect their own city. And they are the ones that actually gave them to them. They said, oh shit, oh hell no, the Americans left. Well, we're leaving too. And they got on board the planes and they came to America. They were the first ones to leave, actually, because they were the closest to the planes. They were the closest to the C-13s or whatever, the C-130s. Damn, dude. So that's what happened. They actually did get everything. They should have at least cut all the wires and stripped the shit out and beat the glass in, you know, taking a hammer to it. I wonder. At least, dude, right? Like, because you're leaving family members, those dudes that were supposed to protect their country from the Taliban, they're leaving extended family members there. So for them not to have sabotaged all that equipment, it was either an inside job and they were meant to leave it like that, or like they're one. I don't know. They're like one of them, dude. What are they doing? They just gave them all that with everything. That doesn't make sense to me. Because I know if I like all of a sudden, hey guys, we're gonna go with it. Hey, smash all the shit up before we go. You know, like what? Are you just gonna? I don't know, man. And is it them being that they live in that environment? They would have thought about this long before me. It would have been like hey, you know what we got to do if this ever happens? We got to sabotage all this shit. We can't just give it to them if they take it, dude. We got to try to sabotage as much as we can, all right? That would have been in the plan, right? Isn't that a military thing to do? I'm actually really in disbelief that we left them with all this equipment unsabotaged in working order. But maybe like they would have told us if we hadn't, right?
It involve a closer, deeper cooperation between Washington and New Delhi. So we can debate all this stuff, but we are two peoples, Americans and Indians. We face two common, very serious challenges in the Chinese Communist Party and international terrorism. And let's debate among family and friends here. But let's remember, we're not going to be effective independently unless we work more closely together. So I would start with that kind of note of harmony. And then I would be, you know, we're very good at self-criticism, even though we're arrogant at times. Here's some self-criticism. I think there's been a tremendous amount of self-delusion in Washington that has brought us to this tragic and sad point that, frankly, many of us warned about if we conducted a conditions-ignoring, timeline-based withdrawal from Afghanistan, just like Biden and Obama did in Iraq in 2011, that we were going to see this sort of catastrophe. And now people who use that endless war mantra at political rallies for cheap applause are now trying to cover their tracks and blame it on how the withdrawal was implemented rather than the decision to withdraw itself. Of course, the withdrawal was horribly implemented, but it's the larger decision that we should blame. Last point, and then I'm happy to hear from others. The core self-delusion was that there was any difference between the Taliban and Al-Qaeda. There is no, they are attached at the hip. They have been all along. In fact, here's what Americans and Indians need to know. The gains the Taliban made, particularly in the North, they did in coordination and cooperation with Al-Qaeda. Because the North, we know, is not a particular area of strength for the Taliban. They actually worked with Al-Qaeda for battlefield success. And so now the Biden administration is moving to potentially recognize the Taliban. We're sharing our sensitive information with them. Yet now what do we have right now in Afghanistan? We have a Taliban, Al-Qaeda, terror syndicate, and safe haven, just like we did on September 11, 2001. And I think if we're going to get any sort of good policy or strategy going forward, we have to start with that truth. And we have to understand the core reason the Taliban has been strong over the last 20 years is because
what?
Absolutely. I just lost the last bit of the audio there, but on basics, I agree with you. We have to work together, no doubt. But it's 20 years since America launched a mission to destroy the Al-Qaeda. And it's ironical today, deeply ironical, that they find themselves on the same side of the table as Al-Qaeda by backing the Taliban, which has been giving a shelter to the Al-Qaeda all these years. That's the irony of the situation. Thank you, everyone, for that conversation. We'll take that forward. And viewers on the other side, the Republic Media Network, which has the maximum presence on the ground, has been saying for a long time now that the real source of the problem is Pakistan. On the other side tonight, we have a fierce India-Pakistan face-off with facts on why this could be a time for the whole world to come together against Islamabad. See you in a few minutes.
I'm getting more professional off the Indians. You know
Amity Law School ranked among the top 10 in India.
Dude, look at what copyrighted me yesterday, though. This is weird. Let's just take a little break here to see how I got a copyright on some weird shit yesterday. It wouldn't let me see it. It wouldn't let me see it yesterday because it was processing, I guess. So this is it here. And then I go to copyright claims, see details. Let me see it. Okay, now it's gonna show me. I'm gonna clip right to the area that it was at. Where is it? Play it. Bro, you tripping right now. Man, come on. Yeah, I can't scrub it either. It won't let me. It only lets me dispute it. We're having issues, dude. 422.18, 423.13. I'm just gonna go to it. 422.18. Alright. So this is what they got me on. 422. But it is in this area right here. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? They got me on that. That will be back music. I don't even know if it's a real one or not, though. It's literally, that's all it is the entire time. And then like that music had been on at other times, but they didn't get me for the other times that it played. And what it's shown as is just a weird, like, it's not even a song name or anything. It's AI or Al Newsbot 14494 Steve Fawcett ASCAP. This. Well, let me see if this is something. Oh, what? Yeah, I'm probably gonna fight that one though, bro. I don't know. Did I actually get copyrighted on some just like nonsense, not even the elevator music? Oh, it's probably in here somewhere. Wait, does it say Whatever, dude. Oh, they got me, I think. Oh. Hey, man, the other day, I was on here and they had Russian races, Russian tank racing. It was live on YouTube. Did y'all see that? I should have posted it in Discord. They had like different colored tanks and they were going on this obstacle course where they were like hauling ass. They weren't next to each other because I didn't want them ramming each other or anything, but it's a timed event. The Russians, see, that's what the Russians are doing. You know what I mean? You know what we're doing? Trying to figure out how we can have both sexes on board ships, as well as transgenders, and how they can all use the same bathroom now. Fuck it, dude. You know what I'm saying? Hey, man. And it's all for the, like, 0.1% of the transgender people that fucking are in the world. Fuck you! Man, our military is retarded now. But I'm glad I'm not there to deal with that shit, because if I had to, like, vote on the transgender thing and I was still in, they'd probably kick me out. They'd probably be like, yeah, you can't be here anymore because you're hateful. You're hateful. I don't even know. It's like, are people in the military cool with all the tranny shit? I need to know about that. I don't think I would be. Man, I think I wouldn't like that. You can cut your dick off and they'll pay for it now. Did you know that? Literally, the military, in the military, and out of the military, but in the military, you can join as an active duty and say, you know what? I want to cut my dick off. I feel like being a woman now. If you didn't know, paying for sex changes. Army to approve gender transition care, June 19th. Pentagon to paper. What? What? Pentagon to paper. When is this? This is older. Damn, it's been going on forever. Dude, this is 2016. I didn't know. Wow. Okay. I bet it's because they used them for special missions. They have the physical capabilities of a man, or they can. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened to that girl in the Olympics. Girl, you know, the weightlifter from New Zealand. You know what I'm saying? Didn't even get a medal. You know what I think? Scripted. Scripted so that people think, see, they're not any stronger. See, look at her. She was even big. Look how big she is. She wasn't any stronger than the women. Bullshit. She let it go. She was like, nah. Come on, man. All three. Dropped all three of them. And she had lifted that much before. Seems like a scam, dude. Fuck out of here. She pulled a Muhammad Ali versus Sonny Liston. You dig? Like, everybody could tell that shit was rigged. Too soon, Junior. I don't know, man. Like, too many fuck ups. It was like, wait, like, what are you doing? You just really making yourself look weak out here. Come on, dude. Like, what? You didn't have to go over the top like this, but they really had to stick the message in there that, whoa, they're lashing people. Taliban guy beating a guy at the airport with audio. With audio. No children or animals were hurt in this filming of this. YouTube, leave me alone. People gotta know. Or else you're gonna see people into lashed in public. What's lashing them with, though? Okay, we gotta see that one more time. Welcome to Kabul. Dude, can you imagine? You're going to the airport, next thing you know, this dude starts hitting you with some shit. And he's legally allowed to at this point, I guess? I don't know. Please stop hitting me, dude. Mr. Taliban, dude. The Taliban now have $85 billion worth of U.S. military hardware, including 75,000 vehicles, 200 plus planes and helicopters, and 600K plus of small arms. Well, there's a Twitter for it. Is it an official Twitter? Nah, it doesn't look very official. Yeah, that's another thing. Why did a Taliban free ISIS-K fighters? I guess because they just freed everybody. Yeah. And they asked a good question this morning at the Pentagon, and it was, why didn't they move those people to Gitmo beforehand? And I don't think he had an answer for it, dude. Like, they could have flew those people to Guantanamo Bay overnight, and they would have lived like animals in cages for a while, because they're fucking terrorists that apparently we needed to watch, dude. And now they're just roaming around blowing us up, dude. That was one of them. If it wasn't one of them that actually blew up, they were involved with it. That's like a known now. It was ISIS-K. And a lot of them got let out of prison when we left. Why didn't we figure out the prison thing first, dude? It's just such a fuck up. Why didn't we at least take out the known ISIS members out of the prisons? Like, yeah, they're coming with us. Or even the known, well, we probably could have done the known Taliban because we were already in negotiations with them, but they don't like ISIS, so they couldn't have really said too much about that. You know what I mean? What would their excuse have been? Now they're using ISIS to fuck us over. They're probably like, yeah, stupid Americans aren't even bringing up ISIS in prison. Oh, yeah, let them all out. Let them all out. You think they didn't talk about that, dude? These people, I'd rather, even though their IQ is like 84 on average in the country, there had to be a couple smart ones that are in Taliban. Mexico, oh my god. Bro, breaking news. Mexico grants asylum to Afghan refugees. What does it take to get the... Dude, what does it take, dude, to be an Afghan refugee for you, Mexico? Come on, I need to see. How easy is it? What kind of paperwork do they need? The Mexican government is participating in a humanitarian program to relocate Afghan refugees, said Foreign Relations Secretary Wednesday. In keeping with Mexico's tradition in favor of refugee, the Latin American country has decided to support requests of a humanitarian nature refugee asylum, a humanitarian visa for people in Afghanistan. Earlier in the day, some 130 Afghans, mainly media workers who applied for humanitarian visas, and their families arrived in Benito Juarez International Airport in Mexico City following a 20-hour flight aboard a Qatar Air Force plane. Qatar Air Force, like, is that Iraq? Dubai? Dubai's a city, right? But where's Qatar at? I should know this. Is Qatar an actual? It is a country. Derp. Derp. Shut up. They have their own military. I didn't realize that. While all lives are important, this group represents many values associated with freedom of the press and freedom of information. Okay, well, that's fair enough, dude. They're not just letting, like, hey, come on in. You're Afghani? Get your ass in here, man. Get your ass. A day earlier, Mexico received a small group of female students from Afghanistan. Okay, that's they need to take all the females, even though one of them could be like Allah Akbar. We've seen it. We've seen them, dude. They stuffed babies at one point, and I forget where that was, but dude, that was a thing. They were putting explosives inside of bodies, dude, so people would come to move the body, and it would just go off. So, well, that was Afghanistan, right? Were we having all the IED issues back in the day? Had to have been. You haven't seen that one movie, Hurt Locker? That's a good one. It's about IED or EOD, Explosive Ordnance Demolition Expert team. Pretty true movie. It's realistic, dude. I was watching that movie with a dude that had like done service in Iraq. He couldn't watch it. It was so realistic. He was like, "Yeah, dude, I can't watch this. I gotta go in another room." Like, damn, dude. He had PTSD though, for real. Like, you've seen some shit. He was a point man, a spotter. He'd go in and spot shit first for the tanks and stuff. So apparently he had to do some shit. He told me a story about some shit he did. It was pretty brutal. Apparently his whole like team, I don't know. Some shit happened to that dude, and he wasn't the same since. So you see some shit. Those dudes got into some shit apparently. I don't even know what their call sign is, or their job. What is it? The people that go in. They like dudes that, I was in a program. There were a bunch of veterans there too, so that's why. Like, but other people, somebody else said that they were called soldiers of fortune. I don't know what the fuck that. Like, I guess because they were in first and they were able to like score shit. I don't know what the hell that really even means. Soldiers of fortune. Dude, I want to look up coffee. Is that cool? I need to find something to put on here. I know I'm just kind of rambling right now. I actually got in a fight with that dude too eventually. He was up in my business, dude. It's cool though. We did. Dude, somebody got killed there too at that place just recently. The roommate killed his roommate, dude, and I just heard about it. It just happened 2 or 3 months ago. And I was like, oh shit, someone finally killed another, like the 2 veterans living with each other, and one of them snapped on the other one. So it finally happened, man. That place had been around for a good 13, 14 years or something before that happened. So it's impressive with all the PTSD there that it hadn't happened sooner. Because they're living there unsupervised, and it's like a in-between place, like to get back on your feet. They helped me get back on mine, man. That place, it's a godsend out here. Alright, so let's see what we got. These people are still talking. Let's see. They got a panel up. Sweet. Alright, let me get the coffee.
So can you explain once again, how have you been forthcoming in the past? These were his words, not mine.
I cannot speak for an individual. I can speak for the state of Pakistan, and I will say this, that we have always been forthcoming with a political solution in Afghanistan, and as everyone agrees with Pakistan's narrative today, mind you, a narrative the Prime Minister of Pakistan has had for 20 years, that there is no military solution in Afghanistan, and what we need is an inclusive, negotiated political settlement. Finally, the world has woken up to that.
No, I mean, you know, the world is very clear right now that the source is Pakistan. I'll get Chris to debate with you. I'll come in. I think the whole world. I had just had John Bolton, former US NSA, on my program 45 minutes back. I just had many members of the American establishment. They had just one thing to say, that if there is a problem we need to tackle, it is Pakistan. That they're all in unanimity saying that. But Chris, Pakistan is still in denial. They seem to feel that even out of this, they're going to extract something.
Well, I feel sorry for our colleague on your program, Mr. Qureshi, because he is denying the undeniable. and defending the indefensible. I mean, even Imran Khan has admitted on video, which I'm sure has been played on your program, as has the current Interior Minister of Pakistan, as have former DGs ISI, that Pakistan not only supports the Taliban, but that they created the Taliban, that the Taliban have been a creature of Pakistan's ISI from the very beginning. We can name, it's well documented, the actual ISI officers who put this outfit together in 1993-94. And they rode this horse to power in 1996. And now in 2021, in spite of the entire world lining up behind a peace process, behind the potential to, which was unrealistic as it turned out, to bring a peaceful power sharing agreement into a reality for Afghans and end a forever war that was started by Pakistani generals in the 1970s. In the face of all that effort by every country in the region and almost every democracy around the world, it is Pakistan that has imposed a military solution on Afghans. They invaded the country. And it's now very clear that in the wake of the 2020 agreement that Trump signed, which was an absolute disaster, military planners at GHQ went to work to set their clock ticking to begin an invasion after the last foreign troops left. And according to the agreement, they were supposed to leave at the end of April. The invasion began in early May, right after General Bajwa visited Kabul. So from their perspective, this has gone according to script, but it is in complete contradiction of everything they've said publicly. It is a grotesque breach of international law. It is an invasion that is much larger in scale than what Vladimir Putin did in Ukraine in 2014. And the world is just starting to see clearly what has been done, the level of sponsorship of these groups, state sponsorship of these groups that goes back decades. And with time, we are going to see finally this state held to account through sanctions and other measures. I would challenge my colleague to start telling the truth, because I think that's the best thing that anyone can do.
I agree with you on that, Chris. I agree with you. I wouldn't, but only difference between you and me is I wouldn't use the word challenge. I would say invite him. I would say request.
Yes, invite.
I would say beseech him. And I would request him to start by first telling me whether he believes that Osama bin Laden was a terrorist. Mr. Qureshi, my very pointed, specific question to you is, was Osama bin Laden a terrorist?
Osama bin Laden certainly did not help Pakistan's cause.
Was he a terrorist? No, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I'll have to ask you the question again a second time, and I do not intend to interrupt you there. But you're forcing me to. It's a simple question. I'm asking Zain Qureshi, a member of the National Assembly of Pakistan, a leader of the PTI, the Parliamentary Secretary of Finance, is Osama bin Laden a terrorist? Was he a terrorist?
Like I said before, Osama bin Laden was no friend of Pakistan. Does not by anything. Can I just come back to what?
No, you can't. No, one second, Mr. Qureshi. I ask you a third time because I thought. Mr. Qureshi, please, Mr. Qureshi, your father, the Foreign Minister of Pakistan, who's effectively the de facto Foreign Minister of the Taliban, going to China, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, and Iran to get support for the Taliban, who's the Foreign Minister of Pakistan, refused to call Osama bin Laden a terrorist. I am appalled beyond words tonight that you are refusing to call him a terrorist, even in these times. Why don't you do that? What is holding you back? What is holding you back, sir?
Arnav, you either take me on your show to give my point of view, or you can have the show with Mr. Alexander all you want.
Are you having having two different points of views on terrorism? Are you saying the person who carried out 9/11 was not a terrorist? Then say so. This is going to make global headlines. I'm asking you a fifth time, was he a terrorist?
And I am telling you, I am here to give you my narrative. Now, do you want
No, narrative is all right. Was he a terrorist? Yes or no, or can't say? Give me clear replies.
I am saying what he did is not condoned by anyone in Pakistan, and obviously he did us no favors. He did no one any favors, and his organization is a banned organization.
So you're saying he's not a terrorist?
I didn't say that.
So Hafiz Saeed, Osama bin Laden, Masood Azhar, not terrorists?
All banned organizations.
Hafiz Saeed, banned organization, operating freely on the streets of Pakistan, banned organization.
Can I come back?
No, sir, 1 minute, just a minute, sir, just a minute. Sir, 1 minute. Mr. Qureshi, you refused to answer my last question. Are you aware that the ISKP has been recruiting from the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the Haqqani network? The entire organizational network of terrorists has been recruited from terror organizations like Lashkar-e-Toiba, Jamaat-ud-Dawa, Haqqani network. All of these are sheltered by you. ISKP.
Mohammed.
Yes, Chris, you're adding to that? Our friend is
Jaish Mohammed as well.
Jaish-e-Mohammed as well, yes, absolutely. And during the Kabul Gurdwara attack, the ISKP terrorists were talking to the ISI handlers. You were involved in the attack on the Kabul Gurdwara. You're not going to be able to separate yourself, Mr. Qureshi. You're in a gigantic mess. Do you realize that? Especially after yesterday's bombing. You're not going to be able to separate. ISKP Emir Aslam Farooqi has links with the Haqqani network. Mr. Qureshi, why are you not being able to answer any of my questions, please?
Because
you seem to be lost for words.
The answer. If you want to call Osama bin Laden terrorist, by all means do so.
What would you call him? What would you call him? What would you call him, sir? What would you call him, sir? No, I'll call him a terrorist. What would you call him? What would you call him? You seem to be offended. You seem to be offended by my choice of words about the Al-Qaeda.
What I'm actually offended about is you calling my country a terrorist state. What I'm actually offended about is you calling my foreign minister.
Of course, you can have your views on that. But why are you offended about my description of the Al-Qaeda chief? No, 1 second. Is there something you're hiding from me, sir? Is there something you're hiding from me? Does it all back off to you or not? Is it or is it not true that the Jaish-e-Mohammed is responsible for the Pulwama attack? The ISKP's rise happened after it was flushed from France from the ISI? Why will the war of terror not start from you? From you, Mr. Qureshi. The source of terrorism is you. You are the reason for the growing influence of the ISKP.
For the simple reason, look, Arnav, you either want my point of view or you don't want it.
Well,
for the simple reason that after Afghanistan, Pakistan has been the because you're not letting me. For the simple reason that Pakistan has been the biggest victim after Afghanistan of this war on terror. We have lost 80,000 lives in our country. We have lost over $150 billion worth of loss to our economy. So do not sit there in your fancy little studio and give me this talk about why terrorism should not start from us. We have been victims to this terrorism. The peace process Mr. Alexander keeps harping on about has been facilitated by Pakistan. The Doha talks have been facilitated by Pakistan. And our foreign minister, who you have the audacity to call a Taliban foreign minister, has been going all over the world and to the neighboring countries to facilitate a inclusive, negotiated
Why are you being sorry okay, so I put this across, Chris. You get touchy when I describe your foreign minister as the foreign minister of the Taliban, but you acknowledge at the same time that he's been trying to negotiate on behalf of the Taliban. Why does he need to?
He has not been negotiating on behalf of
course he has been on
the behalf of Pakistan, and he was asked. Pakistan was asked by the West, by the Americans, to come in and bring the Taliban to the talking table. That is what we have done. Unlike you, we don't have the luxury of sitting back. We share a 2,800-kilometer border with Afghanistan, and for us,
which they don't acknowledge,
important in Afghanistan.
Which they don't acknowledge, as you very well know. You should be well informed. They don't acknowledge the Durand line. They never acknowledge the Durand line.
They absolutely
they never acknowledged the Durand line the 5 years that they were last in power.
Well, as far
they don't acknowledge it now. Do you have a written assurance that they acknowledge the Durand line now? Sir, we are very well informed, very well informed.
Going into lots of things that are not even pertinent. I'm sure you are, but then again, you're not going to let me give my point of view. Then what's the point of me having me on this program?
No, you're not being able to counter. You got shaken the moment I asked you to take a position on Osama bin Laden. Then tell me one more thing, Chris. I just ask you, why does your army refuse to launch a military operation? Why does your army refuse to launch a military operation in North Waziristan, despite the presence of the Al Qaeda senior leadership and the Al-Qaeda network there, except for the fact that you're funding them and breeding them?
We have successfully launched operations in all of Waziristan. We have been successful in curbing the terrorism in our parts of the country, and for that we are better off for it, because
you're completely wrong there.
To reduce the violence in our country.
No, you haven't.
What was Azerbaijan?
One only has
Chris is countering you, Chris.
To see that the only thing that's been shut down in Waziristan is that one of the MNAs for that unfortunately repressed region has been thrown in jail for insulting a general. Everyone who reports from Waziristan says that democratic, elected, moderate forces have been sidelined. The Taliban are there. They're taking part in the invasion of Afghanistan that began a few months ago. And the only reason, unfortunately, that this party exists as a governing party in Pakistan, the PTI, Mr. Qureshi's party, his father's party, and Imran Khan's party, is because they have all embraced this policy of using the Taliban as an instrument of state influence in the region. And so it is legitimate, absolutely, to call Pakistan a state sponsor of terror. And if there is instability in the region today, if there has been war in Afghanistan for decades and blowback in Pakistan, no one disputes that, it is because the world, neighbors and democracies further afield have failed to address this issue of Pakistan's use of terror, use of global jihad as an instrument of state power. It's scandalous, it's a threat to international peace and security, and it has to stop, starting with sanctions now. I met Imran Khan before he came into office in Toronto at a friend's house. I heard him hold forth about the Taliban for more than an hour. And I don't think anywhere in the world have I heard someone who was a more zealous exponent of the violence and the approach that they took to conquest in Afghanistan. I've never heard anyone outside Afghanistan or in Afghanistan be as zealous in their defense. So I'm not surprised he was selected as the prime minister, and I'm not surprised that he has, and everyone else in his government, have welcomed these developments so warmly. It's what they've been ordered to do by generals. They're not really in charge anyway.
Yeah, and Zain, you know, in Afghanistan, you had some bargaining position as long as the Americans were there. We're talking to John Bolton some time back. He said, we are not there now. The Pakistanis have no bargaining position with anyone in the world. So you are basically bargaining for yourself. What if the world refuses to bargain with you? What if the world clubs Pakistan, Afghanistan together, and any organization, any terrorist organization as a target? What if the world comes together?
Unlike India and unlike the likes of Mr. Alexander, who I have great respect for, the world has realized that Pakistan's stance has been vindicated. Pakistan has always said that there will be no military solution in Afghanistan, and now the world has caught up to that. Now that that's happened, and now, I mean, tell me this much. This is an epic failure on America and NATO and all the allied forces' part, where they were not able to, where it was an intelligence failure on their part, where they were not able to see what was happening. But it wasn't Pakistan who installed
But Zain, did the Taliban not use military force to take Kabul?
Let me finish, please. If you would let me finish, please, I'd be grateful. It was not Pakistan who told us
did they use force or not?
Run from Afghanistan with millions of dollars. It was not Pakistan who told the Afghan National Army to not put up any resistance to the Taliban.
But it was Pakistan who did but Mr. Qureshi, it was Pakistan.
Back to the matter.
It was Pakistan as exposed. You can ask the foreign minister as well. It was Pakistan as exposed by your then national security advisor, Mahmoud Ali Durrani, who said, I'm ashamed of my country. Your national security advisor said, I'm ashamed because my country carried out the 26/11 Mumbai attack. And he said this while speaking at the 19th Asian Security Conference in Delhi. And you, you now say, I don't want to comment on that.
Well, I'm not going to comment on individuals and what they say and what their agendas are. But the fact of the matter is, I am a representative of the state of Pakistan, and I am telling you.
What is the view of the state of Pakistan on the Al-Qaeda, sir? Tell me.
The view of the state of Pakistan is that you need to have a negotiated political settlement in Afghanistan.
You are saying you need to negotiate with Al-Qaeda. You're saying you need to negotiate with Al-Qaeda.
You need to negotiate with whoever is in power.
Whoever is in power. So, you would negotiate. But you just said there were banned organizations. You're contradicting yourself in a big way on a very widely watched program. You just said there were banned organizations. Now you're saying negotiate with them. Are you? No, Zen. You are saying you need to negotiate with banned terrorist organizations. How can that be a conceivable argument?
Unlike Mr. Alexander, I'm not going to question the democratic processes of countries or call their government selected or picked or whatever. Matter is, whatever the people or whoever they decide to be in power in Afghanistan, we need to negotiate with them, have an inclusive, politically settled government so that there can be peace in Afghanistan. That is what Pakistan
You can advocate that as much as you wish.
Wants today, and that is what Pakistan will carry on.
Well, we don't negotiate. You don't negotiate with terrorist groups. You'll be on the FATF blacklist if you continue this way. Zen, I can only tell you, the world is coming together. This is not to your advantage. It's to your peril.
Let's not even talk about the FATF blacklist.
The world is coming together. You will face the same situation that Libya did in 1986. Only this time it won't be America alone. It will be the entire country. You are renting out your Prime Minister's official residence to raise funds. You have written a letter on the 8th of June to the Chinese Premier saying, I want an extension of debt repayment. The total debt and liabilities of Pakistan have been rising by 7% month on month. The ISKP will come for you. The Tehreek-e-Taliban, Pakistan, who you praise, killed your children, and yet you are not understanding. They want an Islamic caliphate. They'll say Pakistan should be part of the Islamic caliphate. Khorasan includes large areas of Pakistan. So I'm only saying, Zain, correct your course, so you got to watch out. And I tell you, a lot of people watching from Pakistan today, a lot of people watching this program in Pakistan are saying you're saying the right things to Zain. A lot of people from your country will be shocked that you are refused to call Osama a terrorist. It's not expected from you.
I thank you for your concern for Pakistan. Pakistan is fully capable of defending itself against whatever challenges it faces. Fact of the matter is, Pakistan has played the role of responsible neighbor, and Pakistan has tried to facilitate that process in trying to bring peace in Afghanistan.
Well, peace does not happen with whiplashings, beheadings, and stonings. Zen. It doesn't happen this way.
I agree with you, and I condone all of that. Any sensible person will condone that.
Then all the snakes you have in your backyard will come back to sting you.
Fact of the matter.
Don't nurture them.
Arnav, no matter what you say, fact of the matter is, after 20 years being in Afghanistan with NATO and American forces, which over $2 trillion spent, the Americans and NATO and everyone else has nothing to show for it. You have replaced the Taliban with the Taliban yourself by upping and leaving.
And we have to prepare yourself. Unless you change course, the Taliban is coming for you. They will sever away. They will erase the Durand line. They will carry out attacks again. Mark my words, Zen. 6 months from now,
that's what you
mark my words, then 6 months from now, when I call you, you'll say, Arnab, I was wrong. When you asked me the first time, I should have called Osama.
Let's do that, Arnab. Let's do that.
Yes, let's do that.
6 months from now,
we will do that. We will do that.
And you and I can have another debate.
Absolutely, we will do that.
Yeah,
we will do that, but you might lose Waziristan by then.
I
thank you all for joining me. Thank Chris and thank Zain
Qureshi in Pakistan.
Well. And we go to a bigger panel now. That's Zain versus Chris Alexander.
Found in Pakistan, hiding there.
Now on the Indian side, we have Shazia Almi of the BJP, General Sanjay Kulkarni, former Director General of India's Infantry.
Be able to say he's a terrorist.
Well-known defense analyst, General K.K. Sinha, Kargil veteran. We have with us Kamar Chima, looking very edgy, thinking, will the question on Osama come to me too? We have Munib Hamid, and we'll be joined by Ahmad Javed, Central Secretary Information of the PTI. Kamar, the change, the turning point in my view has been yesterday's most unfortunate attacks, which have been carried out by the Pakistan-funded, Pakistan-sponsored Islamic State of the Khorasan province, ISKP. And the immediate fallout of this is this, that the war on terror will now start with you. John Bolton was on the program, I don't know if you heard him. He said now everyone's writing the problem is Pakistan. You think that by becoming a problem you will get money. You won't get any money this time because there is no permanent American presence in Afghanistan. Afghanistan is a mess. So you're not going to be paid to handle the mess. What you've done for the last 30 years or so is you feel you'll get strategic depth by being present in Afghanistan and extract a financial deal out of it. So General Sanjay Kulkarni, let me begin with you, sir. Is Pakistan going to extract a financial deal out of it? Or is it going to be the target of a global battle against terrorism this time? General Kulkarni. Can't hear you, sir. General Kulkarni, I'm not getting your audio back. I think there's a problem. I'll just fix the audio in a minute.
I want to
Shazia wants to start. Shazia and Kamar will start. Yes, Shazia.
First of all, yes, I want to start. I really want to start, and I want to say first of all that I didn't know there was any ambiguity about Osama bin Laden's haysiyat and status as that of a terrorist, and I discovered through this very stunning and brilliant face-off that you just did along with Mr. Chris Alexander and Mr. Zain Qureshi, that he was hesitant to call even Osama bin Laden a terrorist. But I want to make a few points, and please allow me 2 minutes. And many questions beg to be asked, and I'm glad that you have asked most of them. But you know, Abdul Rahim Mandokhel, he was from Pakhtunwali Milli Awam Party, from Baluchistan, northern Baluchistan, a Pakistani senator. He said a long time back that the whole war in Afghanistan is being launched from here, that is in Baluchistan. That is the Quetta Shura that Amarullah Saleh was talking about today. And let me tell you, Lieutenant General David Barno, he used to be the retired former commando of the American forces. He says that it's extremely important, this Quetta Shura, because they are the intellectual and the ideological underpinnings of the Taliban insurgency. So there have been many reports, and also let me tell you, last point, 2009, the US ambassador to Pakistan, no less than Ann Patterson, said that we've been focusing on Al-Qaeda, but we should really be looking at Quetta Shura because that should be on Washington's list. Now, all these facts are out there for everybody to see. I want to ask one thing, and while I agreed with what Mr. Chris was saying throughout, that this is a grotesque treachery and all of that, and now West will be able to see more clearly, what more clarity can one seek, or ask for, because this year, 21, month of June, so you know, just barely 3 months back, you know, I'm asking this question because Pakistan was found to be compliant on largely 31 on 40 parameters listed by the Paris-based Financial Action Task Force, FATF. Now my question is, when there is a mutual evaluation and the group accepts Pakistan's stance and actually agrees that they have managed to plug many deficiencies when it comes to money laundering and combating terror financing, I wonder why, after all these reports out there, what stops them, the FATF, from putting Pakistan in the same list as that of North Korea and Iran? I mean, what is left to be,
it's a matter of time, Shazia.
Said or stated? No, there is evidence?
No, it's a matter of time. It's a matter of time, I'll tell you. And I think that the situation in Afghanistan, the events of late will accelerate that very quickly. Because, you see, Kamar, this suicide bombing yesterday has been carried out by the ISI and the Pakistani government. The entire world now agrees that the ISKP is a Pakistani operation. And I challenge you and Munib to debate with me on why it's not. I will then prove, right here, right now on the program, Munib, you're smiling, I will wipe the smile off your face. Because I will prove that the ISKP is a Pakistani operation. You can debate with me. Would you like me to state some facts on why the ISKP is a Pakistani operation? And then you counter me with facts?
Please do.
Right?
Please do.
How many facts do you want?
Just a few true facts, maybe. Just one true fact will do the job, maybe.
Okay. First of all, I hope that you, unlike the previous Pakistani panelist, will have the courage to say that Osama bin Laden was a terrorist. You know, Pakistanis shock me every day now. Yeah. Why did he say he's not? Why did Zain Qureshi say he's not?
Arnav, I don't know. I don't speak for Zain.
Okay, fine. You don't speak for Zain. Okay, first.
And Osama bin Laden was
hey, fuck your sub. I saw.
Okay, good.
No, I don't want it. Get it off of here. Get out of here.
By the CIA, obviously, the world
so,
knows that.
Leave.
So if Osama was a terrorist, obviously the CIA was a terrorist itself.
I don't know why. Because the last time I knew, last time I knew that the de facto foreign minister of the Taliban, Shah Mahmood Qureshi, went on a television program where he was asked that is Osama bin Laden a terrorist, and he said, I will not answer the question. Anyway, I don't want to go there.
Yeah, so he didn't say
I don't want to go there. Can I get General Sanjay
Kulkarni? He didn't want to answer that question.
Okay, so I'll give you some counterfacts, but I've got the line with General Sanjay Kulkarni and General Sinha now. General Kulkarni, will this not battle against terrorism now not start with Pakistan?
See, Pakistan is the root for international terrorism and the root cause of what is happening in Afghanistan today. There should be no doubt. Pakistan has been using terrorism as an instrument of state policy. Pakistan has accepted that they are responsible for training the erstwhile Mujahideen and also Taliban. Musharraf has gone on record to accept what he has been doing. And you had the people say very clearly that they have been training Taliban and they will continue to train Taliban.
Yeah.
And the ISIS, Khorasan, is absolutely nothing but an offshoot of the Haqqani network and of the ISI. The Haqqani network and even Gulbuddin Hekmatyar has been trained by the ISI and pushed into Afghanistan. Pakistan has all along been wanting to use the local problems within the Afghanistan, that is between the Pashtuns and the rest, has been wanting to see that they can create a regional imbalance by creating a strategic depth in Afghanistan. There has been no doubt all along Pakistan has been using terrorism, number one. Number two, Pakistan has been training Taliban, so much so that all the madrasas in Pakistan have been used primarily for radicalization. All Talibans are Pathans, but all Pathans are not Taliban. And that is where Pakistan has been using them against them. And there is reason for it.
So General Kulkarni, today the Pakistani panelists are denying their link with the Islamic State of the Khorasan province. And I am going to, like the peels of an onion, remove one peel at a time. जैसे कहते मुखौटा हम आपके चेहरे से निकाल देंगे. Fact number one.
Just waiting for my turn to speak so that I can.
Yeah, absolutely. Your turn to speak. Your turn to speak with General KK Sinha on the other side. My first fact to you is the ISKP built its organizational network on the back of Pakistani support. And the ISI man, Pakistani national Hafiz Saeed Khan, was made its leader, and a former Afghan Taliban commander Abdul Rauf Aliza was made his deputy. Wasn't Hafiz Saeed Khan an ISI proxy? The whole world knows he was an ISI proxy. Please give me a specific answer to this question, Munib.
Right now, the world knows that the Indian media is portraying Hafiz Saeed as an ISI proxy, but the world knows for a fact that Indian media is based on propaganda and fake now. Now, let me respond to General Saab, who called Pakistan a terrorist state.
No, but you did not. You avoided my question. You said just 1 minute, Munib, listen. You're a journalist, so am I.
Yeah.
See, I am saying to you that I am coming prepared with facts. You quickly made a broad assessment on the Indian media and moved on. इसको हम हिंदी में कहते हैं पतली गली से भागने की कोशिश। हम आपको पतली गली से भागने नहीं देंगे मुनीब। एंड माय क्वेश्चन टू यू इज, हम पतली गली ब्लॉक कर देंगे, आपको हम जवाब देने में मजबूर कर देंगे। माय क्वेश्चन टू यू इज, इन द लास्ट 6 years the ISKP, when it built its organizational network, is it not true that the whole recruitment was from Lashkar-e-Toiba and Haqqani network, all of whom are sponsored and sheltered by you?
No, all right, absolutely not. Now, to know about ISKP, you need to be understanding the fact that they belong to the group of ISIL and ISIS, which were operating in Iraq and Syria, right? And these groups were created by the CIA to counter the Russian agenda. Now, the picture that you are playing on your screen, I've been seeing that, and the picture, just let me complete, please.
The gentleman,
please let me complete.
The whole world knows about it.
The gentleman, please let me complete, if you may. And then obviously I've been hearing all your
you are saying something
terrorist country, and if my
nation
was a terrorist country, just saying if
who
my
doesn't
nation
know
was a
about
terrorist country, do you think India
Allah
would be on the map
telling
right
you
now?
about the first Quran.
These are ridiculous
Quran Surah.
Indian media.
Khorasan Surah, first Khorasan Surah. He just took the name. He said Hafiz Saeed Khan. He also talked about Abdul, they were eliminated by Americans by drone attack. After that, he has not used the 3 more names. All Amirs thereafter, they were eliminated in the area of Nangarhar, which is next to your Fatah area, former Fatah area, now Waziristan, and the camp which came in Khorasan, which is on the top of this Nangarhar area, was the money of Chinese, which the whole world knows about it today, because he has not brought it out, this particular thing. And they were also eliminated by...
So Pakistan...
See, please listen to me, give me a time.
In the region which shares a border with Afghanistan,
because the people should know, the whole world should know.
Most importantly, the Indian media only has to cry about Hafiz Saeed, which is in custody of the armed
forces. This literature which I am saying is not from the Indian literature. This is the literature of Pentagon literature, a report which has come out. It came out to 2017 when they carried out 100 attacks.
When they call for a peaceful negotiation in Kashmir now.
Now there's...
Fred, I will just tell you,
Just one minute.
You heard about the name of Major General Baba in 1994 when he said that he has made the Taliban. And he will go to, Kabul, he'll get the red carpet treatment. And he got it. And there are videos of that.
Respect, you are older than me in age and in experience.
You can't tell lies.
The Taliban are not created by Pakistan. The Taliban were created by the US.
Serial bombing. After the serial bombing, I'm very happy.
And every person
IS Khorasan
doesn't like is not a terrorist.
Just one minute. Okay, so may I intervene in this, General? May I intervene in this, Munib? Listen, see.
Yes, please.
The war on terrorism this time will start with you. That is Pakistan.
Absolutely.
Because allow me to complete, Munib, not with you as partners, but with you as complicit with the terrorists. The ISKP's support is on the basis of what it gets from the ISI, right? So point is, Kamar, no matter how far the tentacles of terrorism reach, they always lead back to Pakistan. Always the link back is to Pakistan. Pakistan is the main corpus which holds and controls these limbs and appendages of terrorism. Jaish-e-Mohammed is based in Pakistan. You tried, allow me, Munib, I'm speaking for your long-term benefit. You should not have tried to block the designation of Masood Azhar as a global terrorist at the United Nations. You did so. Why did you do so? Why did you do so, Kamar? Tell me. Why did you defend Masood Azhar? Tell me, Kamar.
Arnab,
yes,
I'm telling you. I'm telling you. There are 2 kinds of frustrations in India. The first one is that nobody is buying India's story that we should call Pakistan a country which sponsors terrorism. Nobody is buying your story. The second thing is that the entire infrastructure of TTP in Afghanistan
Just don't worry, the game has just started.
Because your investment has gone.
Friend, the game has just started. Even it is not come to 31st of August. Let this part.
The Honorable General needs to let.
Just wait for 3 to 4 days.
One minute, just a minute.
You are still supporting
Kamar, see,
Islamic State
Kamar,
to create disorder in
Kamar, you must gather yourself. Kamar, gather yourself. Kamar, listen. Kamar, listen to me. Listen. Just 1 minute. I'll get. Kamar, you and Munib, just 1 minute, listen to me. You know, Shazia is on the debate. I'll tell you a couple of things. You are going to lose Waziristan. You will tell me, no, we will not lose Waziristan. I will give you some proof. Kamar, let me tell you. Kamar, saying, you know, exclaiming, oh my God, and all will not help you. Nobody will help you. God alone cannot help you. Now listen to me. Now listen to me. Listen to me, Kamar.
And next Balochistan.
Kamar, listen to me for a minute. Kamar, speak properly now. Why are you shouting like that? Kamar.
After Balochistan.
No, one second. Just one minute. You are.
Yes, I was about to say after Waziristan it's going to be Balochistan. It is going to be Balochistan.
Mark my words.
Just wait for 1 more week. You know, it is not very far off.
You know, the end is near.
31st of August is not very far off. Mind you, biggest mistake you guys have done is, you know, the serial blast which we did.
It has nothing to do with Narendra Modi. It has to do with you. It has to do with you and
Shazia and Kamar.
Clearly sold out.
Shazia.
What's happened? You know, Kamar, I don't know what's happened to you. Kamar,
He needs a better microphone, man.
Kamar.
I can't tell what he's saying.
And I know the lofty ideals it was based on what has happened to you. And what
Just Kamar and Shazia.
You have become waddling beggars and you'll do anything. You will do anything. You will do anything. And it's shocking, and it's shocking as to how you're ready to sell the conscience and you're ready to work against your own interests. I have no words to describe the fact that at this point of time that you have no remorse, that you're nurturing these snakes in your backyard, and that you're actually defending Masood Azhar, and you're getting China to back you on that at the level of United Nations, and you think the world is not noticing that your only identity is that of a rogue state, as a terrorist state, that you have nothing to offer. You have nothing to offer but Atangwad and Dehshatgardi and terrorism.
Okay.
And you know the bad part about terrorism, that it's going to come and get you. There is no end to it, Kamar. Kamar, there is no end to it.
Okay, Kamar, Shazia, 1 minute. Let me ask you. Kamar, my question. Yeah, Kamar, you see the fact is that when I tell you the reality in Pakistan, you get into this, you know, India is this, India is that. Leave India apart. I'll tell you a couple of things. First is Lashkar-e-Jhangvi, right? You say you banned them in 2001. After the 9/11 attacks. A minute. Please let me tell you. Don't shout. You see, your local media has reported that in the recent elections, 500 candidates backed by the Lashkar-e-Jhangvi are in Punjab's local governance system. Your governing system is made up of terrorists. Point number 1. This is reported in your media, not Indian media. Okay, 1 minute. A minute, please. Why don't you don't enjoy being exposed or what?
The U.S. State Department and the New York Times, they have said it many times. They are militant organizations in India. आप भूल गए हो?
Now, second point.
This guy better microphone, man.
Second point. Why are you shouting like that?
सैयद कुरैशी कह रहे हैं कि ओसामा बिन लादेन एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का हिस्सा थे, आराम से एबटाबाद में पाए गए थे वो, बहुत ही आराम से रह रहे थे अपनी मुख्तलिफ बीवियों के साथ, तो आपको क्या लगेगा? मतलब मुझे शर्म आती है कहते हुए, Kamar Shima, the fact of the matter is,
dude, is she speaking his language? That'd be sick.
That you will stop at nothing.
Probably.
And you'll be reduced to nothing.
Okay, let me get back Munib and General Kulkarni.
That is a path of destruction you're on.
Let me get back Munib and General Kulkarni. Munib, the Taliban strategically,
the voice of resistance right now, the real one.
Yeah, you're saying something.
Well, they have to.
Yes, Shazia.
I guess they got a safe base by being here.
And
right?
he escaped two
they
assassinations.
They don't show up, it looks worse.
And both we know where they came from, and both were close shaves. And both were done at the behest of the ISI. Only because he refused to make peace with the Taliban.
What will your...
And he knew that whether it's Taliban or ISIS-K, they vary in terms of their barbarity, in the levels of their, absolute barbarianism or medieval cruelty. There might be a variation there.
Now the ISKP,
that is the true and the only voice of resistance.
The ISKP so far was, sponsored and supported, and Pakistan had a relationship of sponsoring them and ensuring that they don't harm their own interests, and therefore Hafiz Saeed was also told to keep providing manpower to the ISKP. Now, however, Munib, if you've seen the recent statements, the ISKP has said that 50% of Pakistan's territory is actually ours. And they have said, as far as the Khorasan is concerned, this new Islamic caliphate that we are going to create, for which we will take Afghanistan, about 2/3 of Pakistan, and other areas of Central Asia. How are you going to deal with the ISKP? You've been funding them so far, but now they have bigger ambitions. How are you going to deal with them?
Well, the same way we dealt with your pilot who came to Pakistan. Obviously, we shot him down, and we'll take everyone down. Everything which comes in our way, we'll take them down, obviously.
But then,
now you're linking ISKP with Pakistan and telling the viewers that Pakistan has been funding this terrorist organization. Now,
yes.
You will take them down, but you will not take down Masood Azhar. You will not take down. No, you will not take down Osama bin Laden, who will provide a safe haven in your own home.
Please let me speak.
I mean, I don't understand.
How am I going
it's sounding very comical. You almost sound comical, and it's tragicomic the way you sound. It's so delusional how you sound.
And whenever
we will take them down.
Been given a chance to speak.
Who will take who down?
General speaks in
who will take who down? All the Mujahideen factions. The Jaish-e-Mohammed has teams, and each have the suicide bombers. Where is it going to stop? You got more fidaeens?
They wanted to become the tiger in Asia. They wanted to sit in the US.
No, there is no frustration. There is pity and just anger. And I feel sad for the people of Afghanistan. You have taken them back. You just feel sad. You feel sad for the people of Afghanistan who are suffering, who are desperate to flee, who want to escape the barbarity of Taliban and ISIS-K. That is all. That is all. Because we were aiding them.
Munib, I'll tell you one thing. Munib, I'll say one thing to you. I'll say one thing to you, Munib. Munib, you have to understand. You have to understand what happened. What happened after the... You have to understand what has happened globally. You must understand you played your last card. You have no cards left anymore. The ISKP was your last card. But as they say, sometimes, Munib, one piece of advice before we close today. Never overplay your hand. Even in a game of cards, you overplayed your hand this time.
Exactly.
You overplayed your hand this time. And you're going to be made to pay. And we'll watch the fun. We are going to make you pay this time, Munib.
We saw how India made us pay. I mean, India has been portraying Pakistan.
And ladies and gentlemen, Praveen Nair writes to me saying it's a pleasure to watch the interaction with John Bolton. Thank you, Praveen. Glad you liked it. It's on republicworld.com. Ambika Jain says, very informative and detailed debate, especially the calm of Ambassador Bolton and others of you on the crucial crisis situation created by Biden. Thank you, Ambika. Vishu says from Bengaluru, you're bold in speaking the truth to US about Pakistani terrorists at Afghanistan. Love Republic because you throw the truth to any powerful powers in the world. Thank you very much, Vishu. This has been a very interesting week as far as global news is concerned. And we look forward to covering much more with the launch of Republic Global in the near future. Till then, good night and goodbye.
This is my groove. Bro.
The Amity Law School, ranked among the top 10 in India, educates some of the most brilliant students who get recruited
India
by top law firms and go for higher studies to leading universities
so many
like Harvard,
people.
Oxford, Cambridge and UCL.
They have so many people, dude. They would bring their elephants in. They'd ride their elephants in, dude. Alexander the Great, he wasn't able to conquer India, right? That's where he stopped. He was like, oh shit, I can't conquer India. There's too many elephant people out here. These people, there's too many people. The elephants. Wasn't ready for all those elephants, man. Genghis Khan, I read something where he put trunks on his horses to trick the elephants into thinking that the horses were baby elephants so that they wouldn't attack them. And it gave them an upper hand. Did Genghis Khan beat the Indians? If India launched a real attack against Pakistan, I think they would launch oh, they have nukes? I didn't realize. Probably. Dude, India has everything we have, pretty much. Just they have a lot more poverty. But they have the technology. Right. Huh. Do they have nukes though? Who's back?
Are even now giving the Taliban an alibi. Remember what they said a few days back? They said the Taliban, they're not terrorists, they're country boys with a deep sense of honor. I don't know what these Americans are doing. They are now claiming that the poor, innocent Taliban did not know a thing, and that the bad, evil ISIS is behind the bombings. I have not heard anything more stupid. The Taliban is the ISIS, and the ISIS is the Taliban. There's no difference.
Okay.
The Taliban is the Al-Qaeda is the Taliban.
Okay.
There is no difference. They are
There's
all
no
one
difference.
group of Islamist terrorists who operate together. And forgive me, I can't be politically correct.
That's how we used to look at them. When did all that fucking change?
If Joe Biden is trying to protect the Taliban, then what the American president is effectively doing is that he's protecting the ISIS and the Al-Qaeda. So see the visuals tonight. The first explosion happens when a group of people are trying to board a Royal Air Force C-17 near the airport. And the second explosion in a hotel where the Americans have gathered for rescue operations. Also remember, viewers, that just a few hours before these attacks,
diving teams of State Disaster Response Force had reached the site where parts of a bridge collapsed on Dehradun-Rishikesh Highway in Rani Pokhri earlier today.
Like all of a sudden, like I always thought the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, whatever the other one was, ISIS, I thought all those were bad until just recently. I'm like, what do you mean? Okay, wait, Taliban's not so bad, and then like they are all bad though. They're all bad, man. Oh, they're like, and they're all together. They all work with each other. They just want us to think that they don't, so that they can use each other. Some shit. Maybe they kill each other every now and then, but that happens between right, like gangs that get along, right? Sometimes. a gang member might get the pass to kill an ally gang member on another gang because he slipped up and did some dumb shit, type shit. You know what I mean? You done fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Kind of like a.
You know what I'm saying? That you done fucked up now. You know that dumb shit.
Menace to society type situation. But in the Middle East, they're just rival. They're not even rival, but they kind of are because they want turf. Like, I mean, ISIS wants to be in total control. Taliban wants to. Al-Qaeda. They all want control. They're just rival gangs in the Middle East. They're all our enemy, though. Why we think that any of them are not our enemy is just. We shouldn't have fucking trusted them to have checkpoints. None of their checkpoints should have mattered. They should all been like, anybody that's coming through there probably has a bomb because the Taliban gave it to them. That's how we should have been acting, our soldiers over there. Those checkpoints, I don't know, dude. That shit should have been handled differently, though. That many soldiers to die in one spot for one blast. It just shows that that shouldn't happen, man. That's the largest amount of casualties that's happened in a single instance since 2011. That's what I read this morning. Israel has nukes? What are they waiting for?
From the Mumbai studios of Republic.
Can't they just use a small nuke now? Or a hydrogen bomb? Hydrogen bomb I think would be way safer, actually. Because we don't want the nuclear fallout, honestly. Hydrogen bomb just burns the shit out of everything and then it just burns. That's that bomb in Terminator that takes out the city. Terminator 2, T2. It takes out the playground and shit. That's hydrogen bomb. Small scale hydrogen bomb, dude. Just boom. I mean, it sucks, dude, but we'd have to wait until these people got like concentrated somewhere, though, at least. That way there's a minimal civilian casualties.
Bombings in Kabul highlighted the urgent need for the world to hammer down on Pakistan, and one of my guests tonight is former U.S. President Donald Trump's National Security Advisor John Bolton,
of their own, and then
who
we can
holds
just
the view I completely agree with.
We gotta watch that
the
country,
real
though.
problem is Pakistan. Soft pedaling on Pakistan will not work. The bombings yesterday were effectively carried out by Pakistan. Because Pakistan takes money from China and the US and whoever gives it a handout, and then gives approximately $200 million annually to the Islamic State of the Khorasan province, the ISIS-K, which killed almost 100 last evening. So the real culprit is Pakistan. The problem is Joe Biden has a soft corner for Pakistan, and so does his Vice President Kamala Harris, and largely most of this incompetent Democratic establishment in America. Biden will ensure that America keeps bleeding unless he bombs the source in Pakistan, which as of now, he doesn't have the courage to. Many Americans wrote in last night, startled when I said that the USA and Taliban and the Al-Qaeda are working like members of one team. But Americans, that's a fact. I will prove that fact further on the debate tonight.
It does create
but
as much as an atomic bomb.
Must tell Biden that the Lashkar-e-Toiba and the ISI-sponsored Haqqani network are using the ISIS-K as a front. And therefore, it is the Pakistani deep state that has really carried out the bombings yesterday. Biden and the American government are out of their mind to make the Taliban a strategic ally. Hafiz Saeed is part of that deep state, and he is the source of much of the manpower of the ISIS Khorasan province. So let's be clear, terrorists don't respect deals, Joe Biden. The Taliban escorted the suicide bombers right up to the gates where the targets were within reach. America, as of tonight, is the first global power to enter into a stupid strategic deal with terrorist groups. The only way to fix this now is to block Pakistan. Pakistan is the problem. Pakistan is the source of global terrorism. We have been telling the Americans that for over a quarter of a century, for more than 3 decades, well before 9/11. But the Americans thought we were only looking at India's strategic interest. Americans, go tell your government to go after and fix the source. Tackle Pakistan. The only way to end this terrible situation and win is to tackle the source. And the source is Pakistan, and that's my first debate tonight, viewers.
I mean, there's Iran too, though. I mean, Iran's like the...
Before my first debate, I'm joined by Ambassador Joe Bolton, former NSA to President Donald Trump and former ambassador to the UN.
This guy's coming on right now?
At 10 p.m. tonight.
10 p.m. tonight.
My second debate is a face-off with Islamabad. And we'll take that further right up to the end of the program. And here are the headlines, viewers. Here are the headlines this Friday evening on the debate tonight.
Our intelligence community that the ISIS-K, an arch enemy, the Taliban.
Joe Biden again tries to defend the Taliban. Over 100 killed in the Kabul blast, but America continues to isolate the ISIS Khorasan from the Taliban.
Why would he say arch enemy? You know what I mean? Like, why do you feel the need to make it? This is bullshit. Arch enemy. Dude, can the White House just start talking? Pakistan. Yeah, I get it. They just split the hydrogen atom. I don't know why I thought they didn't have fallout though. Reason. I thought that the hydrogen somehow burn up the fallout. It burns it. It's so hot it burns it up. It's too hot for fallout. Whoa, look at that camera. That was fancy. Yeah, that's how we get helium. That's right. Stupid kids need to knock it the fuck off. They don't need those balloons that bad. We're dying, man. The cats were here this morning. They came by. I gave them food. Right on the White House. They're chilling. They're not sitting 1 seat apart like they used to anymore. Right next to each other.
In January of 2015, at the height of the ISIS power in Iraq and Syria, and recruits from both Afghanistan and Pakistan. Now, several of their members have defected from the Afghan Taliban, who don't see their own organization to be extreme enough. Now, when the Taliban took over Kabul in August, the group released large numbers of prisoners from the Pulki Charki jail, reportedly including IS and Al-Qaeda militants. All these people are now at large.
There's no way America didn't know about this attack.
Yes.
They knew it was coming. How it was coming and even where it was coming from. It's only an irony that they left the fate of what's outside the Kabul airport to the Taliban.
Right now we're in front of the door of the Kabul International Airport. So for the security cases and for security issues, right now no one is allowed to get into the airport.
Look at this 11-second video, shot moments before the blast and uploaded on social media. Just watch how many soldiers were standing, packed next to each other, in a group, among thousands at one gate. How did a car bomb or a suicide bomber, perhaps wearing a vest, make it through the security, reportedly handled by Taliban? Was America that naive, especially after handing so many weapons to the Taliban?
That due to the negligence of this administration, the Taliban now has access to over $85 billion worth of American military equipment. That includes 75,000 vehicles, over 200 airplanes and helicopters, over 600,000 small arms and light weapons. The Taliban now has more Black Hawk helicopters than 85% of the countries in the world. But they don't just have weapons.
That's crazy.
Here is the situation in Kabul tonight, as a Republic reporter details out the global mess thrown upon the Afghans.
Kabul city is silenced and it's mourning the loss of at least 130 citizens. Still, there are some signs of Ahmad Shah Massoud in the streets, and the Taliban are only patrolling. Still, there are fear of the Taliban that they would attack the citizens.
What's unclear tonight is this. Will America show courage and act on Taliban? The hand of Pakistan. Because if it doesn't, the Kabul attacks will perhaps mark the beginning of a tsunami of terror in the years to come.
Thursday was the third deadliest single day for U.S. forces in Afghanistan since the war began there in October 2001. But despite that, the bombing is not likely to change U.S. strategy there. In the coming days, it's possible the U.S. military will respond with force to the bombing, as soon as President Biden's commanders can give him ISIS-K targets to approve strikes against. It remains to be seen, however, whether such a response will make it safer to extract civilians from the airport. What's clear, though, is that time is running out for the Biden administration to honor America's promises to all of its Afghan allies.
America and Joe Biden are on test tonight. Let's debate.
Ambassador John Bolton joining me tonight. Has been former National Security Advisor to the United States government under President Donald Trump. And has been a former ambassador to the United Nations. Ambassador Bolton, it's a pleasure to speak to you. Thank you for joining me.
Well, thank you very much for having me. Glad to be with you.
Thank you. Thank you. A lot of people interested in your thoughts tonight. Firstly, it's quite clear to us in India that unless you tackle the source of the problem, which is Pakistan, the situation is going to hemorrhage. The bombings will not stop, neither will the terrorism, because much of the source of the money, funds, manpower comes from Pakistan. Don't you agree, Mr. Bolton?
Well, I think that's certainly the case. I think from the U.S. perspective right now, I have to say that the Biden administration decision, which carries through the Trump administration decision to withdraw U.S. and ultimately NATO forces from Afghanistan, has put us in a conclusively worse position to deal with all of the terrorist problems that we see coming out of Central Asia. And I think that is a development we still have not taken into account in our strategic thinking. But there's no doubt in my mind that the victory of Taliban in Afghanistan and the inevitable sanctuaries that Al-Qaeda, ISIS-K, and other groups we haven't even heard of yet will get in Afghanistan is going to be negative for, certainly beginning with Afghanistan, but for the United States and all the countries nearby as well. And for those who are aiding any of those terrorist groups, It's time to stop, or it's time to bear the consequences, and Pakistan is at the top of that list.
Mr. Bolton, I'd like to know from you how you look upon the present approach of the American government. Short term, medium term, and long term. It appears to me that the Biden administration is only looking at the short term. Get as many Americans out of there as possible, cut some kind of a understanding or deal with the Taliban in the hope that they will execute on that deal. The Taliban has no history of honoring any deal. How is the Biden government being so naive?
Well, I think it's typical of the Democratic Party's approach to world affairs. I mean, I wouldn't trust the Taliban on any matter, great or small, nor would I give them any assistance. I think what Biden is worried about is the Taliban will not comply with the commitment they made in this poorly negotiated peace agreement, that they won't give sanctuary to Al-Qaeda or ISIS or anybody else. And he's hoping that he can somehow persuade or induce Taliban actually to do that, because Biden knows if there's another terrorist attack on the United States that comes out of Afghanistan, his political future is over, and his party will suffer gravely, and should suffer gravely for the danger they've presented to the United States. But this is where the naivete, this is the answer to your question, the naivete comes from the view that they've been told that Taliban today is different from Taliban of 20 years ago, when it was expelled from Afghanistan and found refuge in Pakistan. The administration says over and over again, the phrase has different formulations, but it all comes down to saying the Taliban have to decide how they want to be viewed by the international community, as if the Taliban cared anything about the so-called international community. This is the risk that Biden is taking. It's an extremely high risk. I think they are going to be cruelly disappointed when they see the Taliban's response, but most dangerously, it will be the increase in the threat of terrorist attacks, just like 9/11, coming again from Al-Qaeda, ISIS, or somebody else.
Mr. Bolton, we also saw members of the Biden administration, serving members of the US military, go on television and say that we are sharing very, very classified, secret information. We are sharing strategic intelligence with the Taliban. Isn't that naive? All that, and the information is about American military assets, American personnel, your strategic allies, your information. So a lot of information, which if it goes into the wrong hands, is being handed out to the Taliban. Is it necessary to go this far? I mean, you are not you, as in like the American government is almost trying to treat the Taliban as a NATO ally. How will the rest of the world react to this?
Well, I think it's a big mistake. The administration has put itself in this position in substantial part because the execution of the withdrawal decision has been so badly bungled. As I said a moment ago, I'm opposed to the withdrawal decision. And I think both Trump and Biden share the blame for that. But the implementation that we've seen, the inability to see that Taliban could come to power very quickly has left the Pentagon in a very difficult position. So it's now in the Hamid Karzai International Airport, surrounded by Taliban, thousands of them, maybe as many, even more than the U.S. and other coalition forces inside the airport. And they are cooperating with Taliban, maybe out of necessity, maybe that's the kindest way to say it, in terms of vetting people coming through to the airport and not threatening it directly. We should never have found ourselves put into that kind of situation. Even if we were going to ultimately withdraw from Afghanistan, it never should have been done in the way that Biden did it. And now it's not only sharing information about our deployment, about our capabilities, so that we can minimize difficulties with Taliban. We've shared information about the American citizens who are still in Afghanistan, in cities and locales far away from Kabul. We've shared information about the people, the Afghan citizens who have worked with us and other coalition forces, all ostensibly to facilitate their getting to the airport. But we've given to Taliban the list that they want of everybody who's collaborated with the United States. It just is incredible that that we've done this, and it could well be with the hope that the Afghans will be happy we've cooperated with them and be nice to us down the road. It's incredibly naive at best. I think it's really quite dangerous for us and our friends.
Mr. Bolton, you've been the US's national security advisor, worked very closely as NSA under Donald Trump, though if I saw a bit of criticism, mild criticism in your previous answer to even the policies of Donald Trump, I won't go back and ask you how you would have dealt with it had you been NSA now. But now to the critical issue, Mr. Bolton, which I saw your recent piece on how the time for equivocating about a nuclear-armed, Taliban-friendly Pakistan is over. Mr. Bolton, we've been saying here in India for a long time, and I'm sure you've heard it in your various interactions while being NSA with the Indian government as well, that the real problem is Pakistan. The problem has been that whenever we've spoken about Pakistan giving sanctuary, it's been dismissed almost as if the terrorist groups in Pakistan don't need to be looked at with detail as long as they don't operate in Afghanistan. And as you have seen, Mr. Bolton, in the last few months and years, increasingly all these groups are mixed up. The Jaish-e-Mohammed under Hafiz Saeed provides manpower to the ISIS-K. The Pakistan ISI gives $200 million of aid, which it receives from the West and from China. It hands it over to the ISIS-K. The Jaish-e-Mohammed, the Hizbul Mujahideen, the ISIS Khorasan province, the Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan, they're all mixed up. We hold a basic view, Mr. Bolton, that unless America understands that these groups are all thick as thieves, that they may have short-term differences, but they have a long-term agreement. They're all fanatic groups. They all carry out beheadings and suicide bombings. Unless America realizes that, America will pay and the world will pay. But it is also the responsibility, Mr. Bolton, of influential people like you to make the Biden government realize it. Is that happening in Washington?
Well, look, the United States has made a number of mistakes over the years in its understanding of what Pakistan's role has been, going back to funneling much of our aid to the Afghan Mujahideen opposing the Soviet Union during their occupation, funneling that through the inter-services intelligence operation, turning over really control of how that assistance was delivered. And for many years after 9/11, notwithstanding our concern about Pakistan's development of nuclear weapons, because of our need for logistical support in Afghanistan, because of our fear that Pakistan itself would fall under the control of one or another terrorist group and those nuclear weapons would come into terrorist hands, we've gritted our teeth and tried to deal with Pakistan on an equal basis. And I heard long ago, and I have to acknowledge we should have acted on it earlier, but an expert on Pakistan once said they were the only government he knew that consisted simultaneously of arsonists and firefighters. And I think now the U.S. has to put it to Pakistan very directly. Either we see an end to this support for terrorism, or we're going to have a very different relationship. We've tried hard, because of the risks posed by a nuclear Pakistan, to give them some slack. But we don't need their logistical support in Afghanistan anymore because we're not there. And the support that ISI does give to terrorist groups across the board, and we've seen that in attacks on India right after our own 9/11 and many others that you're aware of, that this is simply not acceptable. And the ultimate threat of the nuclear weapons falling into terrorist hands is something we will not accept.
I think, Mr. Bolton, that second point you made there is very significant. May I just phrase it differently as my last question to you, Mr. Bolton? Are you saying that in the future, the Pakistanis will be making a big mistake to think that there is a sense of helplessness in the international community, including and especially in America, that the whole world has to deal with Pakistan? Pakistan can go ahead with whatever nuclear blackmail, work with terrorist groups, provide sanctuary to fanatics, and yet the world will have to deal with them. Are you saying that after the American withdrawal, the Pakistanis will be making a big mistake to make that?
For the rest of you who weren't a part of that, the report is nearly 1.1 million shots in arms. 1.1 million is the highest single-day total shots since July 3rd, which is a good sign. So far in August, we have gotten 12.5 million first shots into arms. That's already 2 million more first shots than in all of July, with several days still left to go.
They don't even care about it. Look how many people are sitting next to each other.
Importantly, we've now hit a major milestone in our effort to vaccinate adolescents at a particularly important time as people go back to school. 50% of 12 to 17-year-olds now have at least their first shot. Obviously, more work to do, but a positive step forward.
I don't want any of this.
Also wanted to note that today the Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra announced $85 million in funding to improve mental health services for our nation's children and youth, which is, of course, a priority for the Biden-Harris administration as a part of our push to get kids back to school safely and address the impact of the pandemic on them. Specifically, he announced the Health Resources and Services Administration is making 24 awards totaling $10.7 million in funds from the President's American Rescue Plan to expand pediatric mental health care access by integrating telehealth services. For example, actions like technical assistance for pediatric care providers to diagnose, treat, and refer children and youth with mental health conditions and substance use disorders. And this will also, the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration is also granting 29 awards, totaling $74.1 million to enhance mental health services for school-aged youth.
It's
so
not
as
people
an
that
example
can't
of
take
that,
care of their own
Project
fucking kids,
Aware, which
pretty
stands
much.
for
Stop having
Advancing
kids.
Wellness and Resilience in Education, will use its funding to help raise awareness of mental health issues for young people and train school personnel. Also wanted to note that today we're announcing that President Biden has directed the Department of Homeland Security to serve as the lead federal agency coordinating across the federal government to relocate evacuated Afghans to the United States. Already, DHS has been working closely with agencies across government, including our military, diplomats, intelligence community, and law enforcement professionals, and many others, to ensure that all Afghans are screened and vetted prior to being allowed into the United States. Additionally, all evacuees will continue to undergo extensive COVID-19 and public health precautions, including immediate COVID-19 testing and offered vaccines upon arrival. DHS will also coordinate with numerous other federal agencies to ensure that relocated Afghans have access to medical care and sufficient support to enable their successful resettlement in the United States. The President is grateful for the critical role the dedicated workforces across the federal government, including our military servicemen and women, diplomats, our intelligence and law enforcement professionals, and many others are in implementing this effort. Finally, this afternoon, the President and FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell will host a call with the governors of Louisiana, Alabama, and Mississippi to discuss ongoing preparations for Tropical Storm Ida, which is expected to make landfall on the Gulf Coast as a major hurricane on Sunday. As some of you may know, Sunday is the 16th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina, which caused widespread devastation, claimed more than 1,800 lives, and displaced so many families. The FEMA Administrator was in Louisiana yesterday. She met with Governor Bell Edwards and the State Emergency Management Director to discuss how they're mobilizing to prepare for what could be a very dangerous storm hitting a region that has been heavily impacted by the Delta variant. And the President will be closely tracking this and receive updates through the course of the weekend.
Is it that bad?
Why don't you kick it off?
You put out a statement not too long before we came out here that had some pretty sober language in it about the latest briefing the President has gotten from his national security advisors, namely that the attack is likely. I know you're limited, but is there any more specificity you can offer on what that threat is? And secondly, what does it mean for the evacuation? Does the intel in any way also, and changes that need to be made, limit or restrict the ability to continue or get as much done with the mission through August 31st?
Sure. Well, I think many of you may have seen the statement I put out this morning, but just to highlight the reference I believe Amr was making, what I would conveyed in the statement was that the national security team the president met with this morning advised the president and vice president that another terror attack in Kabul is likely, and they are taking maximum force protection measures at the Kabul airport and in the surrounding areas with our forces as a result. I will note that the Department of Defense also just gave a briefing this morning, and I will echo some of the descriptions that they offered. The threat is ongoing and it is active. Our troops are still in danger. That continues to be the case every day that they are there. This is the most dangerous part of the mission. This is the retrograde period of the mission. And what that means is that this is the period of time when the military, commanders on the ground, and forces begin to move not just troops home, but also equipment home. And that is often a very dangerous part of any mission. But in this case, they're also doing that while there is an ongoing and acute threat from ISIS-K. So that is what they are facing. I would note, since you gave me the opportunity, that the military made clear to the president that they are committed to continuing this mission, to saving lives, to evacuating more people from the country over the coming days, and completing their mission by the 31st. What it will also mean as they move to this retrograde phase is that there will be a reduction of numbers over the next couple of days, and we've been putting those numbers out to all of you twice a day so that you can see how we are evacuating people out of the country. Those numbers will go down in the next couple of days, and you should anticipate that. That is as a result of the retrograde process that needs to take place. But also, I will note that, of course, force protection is front and center and is vital to the mission.
One more. President Biden told reporters in the Oval Office during his meeting with the Prime Minister that he talked to Dr. Fauci today about the prospect of giving booster shots after 5 months instead of 8. Can you explain why he's looking at that? What information he has now that justifies the possibility of going that direction?
Well, let me be very clear. The president would rely on any guidance by the CDC and the FDA and his health and medical experts. That guidance continues to be 8 months. That has not changed. So I want to be very clear on that. If they were to change their guidance based on data for any particular group, he would, of course, abide by that. But for people watching at home, for you all who are reporting out this, nothing has changed about the 8-month timeline as it relates to the boosters.
Why did they go? Why is this conversation even happening? What sort of triggered going from 8 to 5?
Well, I would say I can't. I obviously wasn't sitting in the meeting having the discussion with them on this, but as Israel has taken the step of doing 6-month boosters, and the president referenced advice he'd been given from the prime minister. Obviously, we make our own assessments based on our health and medical experts here in the United States, and nothing has changed on that front. So I think it was more likely a reference to that. And obviously, we have ongoing discussions with our health and medical experts about what they look at. Go ahead, Trevor.
Two on Afghanistan. First, I just wanted to get an update on the president's plans, if he has any to meet the troops when their remains are returned to the United States.
Well, there hasn't been an announcement, as you know, by the U.S. military about the timing of that, but I can reiterate what I conveyed yesterday, which is the president will look for any opportunity to honor the servicemen and women who lost their lives yesterday, but I don't have anything to announce at this point in time.
Okay, and then just one other thing. There's been some reporting around the Taliban requesting an ongoing diplomatic presence in Kabul from the United States. Could you talk a little bit about what the thinking is here at the White House about whether that's appropriate and how or if that would happen after the the end of August?
Well, I would say first that we are looking at ways, and I will refer to our Secretary of State and the State Department here to continue to engage. I'll note something I said. I know this wasn't exactly your question, but just to get it in here, that the President did direct the Secretary of State to continue diplomatic efforts with international partners to secure means for third country nationals and Afghans with visas to leave the country even after the U.S. military presence ends. A part of that would certainly be having a coordinated approach and engagement with the Taliban, because in order to continue to evacuate any American citizen who was not yet prepared to leave, who wants to leave, third country nationals and Afghans with visas, we will need to coordinate with the Taliban. That does not mean or translate into a presence on the ground. As we've noted, we are pulling our presence out by the 31st, and that has not changed. Go ahead.
Senate Foreign Relations Committee Chair Bob Menendez put out a statement that said, in part, we can't trust the Taliban with American security in terms of in the wake of the attack yesterday. I don't want to get a semantic debate about the word trust, but I guess my question is the coordination with the Taliban the best of bad options right now, or was it the view from the military and from the White House that it was the only option given the dynamics on the ground?
Maybe both. And I will say, I know I won't get into a semantic debate, but I think it's worth repeating as often as I can that we don't trust the Taliban. This is not about trust, but there is a reality on the ground, and the reality is the Taliban control large swaths of Afghanistan, including the area surrounding the perimeter of the airport. So by necessity, that is our option to coordinate with, to get American citizens out, to get our Afghan partners out, to get individuals who are eligible for the range of programs the United States has out. And we have now evacuated more than 105,000 people as a result of those coordinated, in large part as a result of those coordinated efforts of getting people out. But I will say that as the Department of Defense noted earlier today, clearly something went wrong here in the process, that we saw the ISIS-K attack occur yesterday. We don't have additional information to suggest that it was intentional or anything along those lines, which was a question that was asked yesterday. But clearly, there was a break in the security process here. There's no question about that.
And just one more, kind of following up on what Amar asked. It is rare that you have U.S. officials be this definitive about the security threats that are being faced anywhere in the world. But this has always been something the President has pointed to as to why you wanted to stick to the August 31st deadline. Is there a tangible difference in what you guys are seeing or have seen over the course of the last several days that makes this moment different than what the President was citing a week ago or 10 days ago?
Well, I can't always, I know you're not asking me to, but I can't clearly get into specific details from here. But what I think the reason we put this out publicly in the way we did is because yesterday there was an attack by terrorists that killed 13 members of the U.S. military. And it's important for us as the government to be clear about what threat our U.S. forces are facing on the ground as they continue to implement the mission. And that threat is acute, it is ongoing. Our troops are still in danger, and they are taking the steps they are taking to save lives and evacuate people because of their commitment to the mission, and we felt it was important for people to understand that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I also wanted to ask you about the statement you put out. You said that in light of yesterday's attack, the troops there are taking maximum force protection measures at Kabul airport. What resources are available to them that they didn't have yesterday? They have the same number of troops and the same amount of equipment.
Any resources that they need and they request from the President, they will be granted, but I'm not going to get into additional details.
Okay, and then I'm also wondering if the President has any plans to speak to the families of the fallen service members?
Yeah, so how this process works is the next of kin notifications would, of course, happen by the Department of Defense, typically in person to next of kin. I believe they gave an update on that this morning, conveyed that that process is ongoing. The President wouldn't then make a call or reach out until that process is completed, and it would be up to the next of kin and the families to determine if they are prepared to receive a call from the President of the United States. And I think it's important to note that this may be the worst day of their lives, and they may or may not feel they're ready to talk to the United States, or they want to talk to the President of the United States, and that's their choice. But I expect once any calls are completed, we'll provide you all an update.
Great. And then finally, I want to know if the White House has any reaction to the swath of Republican lawmakers who are now calling on the President to resign over this.
Well, Nancy, I have to say that seeing some of this occur or be called for or be put out on Twitter, the backdrop here is the U.S. men and women of the military deployed on the ground are bravely continuing to implement a mission to save lives on the ground. American citizens, Afghan partners, many people that some of these same individuals are calling for us to evacuate. Yesterday, they lost 13 of their own, and the president made absolutely clear that we are going to hunt down, go after, and kill the terrorists who are responsible. Everyone should be supportive of that.
So you're saying now's not the time for politics?
Correct. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. When the president says, we will hunt you down and make you pay, what does that look like? Is he going to order a mission to kill the people responsible, or would he be satisfied if they are captured and brought to trial?
I think he made clear yesterday that he does not want them to live on the earth anymore.
Okay. And as the U.S. is coordinating with the Taliban about security for the next couple days, some of the people running security for the Taliban in Kabul are terrorists with millions of dollars worth of bounties on their heads. Are we going to try to bring those known terrorists to justice before we leave the country?
Peter, I think our focus right now is on doing everything we can to get the remaining American citizens who want to depart out of the country, to get our Afghan partners out of the country. As I just said in response to Phil's question, this is not a preferred relationship or a situation that we would have designed if we had started from scratch. I think that's very clear. But right now, we need to continue to coordinate. That's our focus for the next couple of days.
And the last one, you said that you think we're going to have a great deal of leverage over the Taliban after we leave. Do you think we're going to have more leverage with no troops on the ground in Afghanistan than we do with thousands of troops on the ground in Afghanistan?
Well, to be clear, one of the steps that the president directed his Secretary of State to take, which was in my statement this morning, was to engage with our international partners to determine what the path forward looks like. And there are key components here. The Taliban are going to want a functioning airport. So do we. There's an enormous amount of economic leverage that the global community has. That's something we need to work with our international partners on. As we have more to update you on, we will update you on it.
Give them money.
The president's commitment to make those who were responsible for yesterday's attack pay. Is the president committed that even after American troops leave Afghanistan, he would be willing to send in American troops, even in some covert form, to complete that mission to kill those who are responsible?
I'm not going to get into details from here on what hunting down and going after the terrorists who killed 13 service members will entail or detail, and I don't think the Department of Defense will either, but that commitment will remain until it's done.
Suffice to say, it means the potential exists for troops to go back into Afghanistan even after that.
Again, I'm not going to get into the detail of what that would require, but his commitment remains until it's done.
Understood. In terms of the commitment, just so it's clear for Americans right now, just 4+ days away from the August 31st deadline, is the White House's commitment still at this point that all Americans who want to leave Afghanistan will be able to leave before that date?
That is what we are focused on, committed to, and working toward. Go ahead.
Back on the diplomatic efforts, it's Friday, the deadline is Tuesday. What more can you tell us about these talks the president's directed the Secretary of State to undertake? How close is an agreement? Will we have a diplomatic presence in Afghanistan on September 1st?
That's not what we're predicting, nor are we predicting we're going to have we're not predicting a diplomatic presence on the ground in Afghanistan. What we're talking about is coordinating with our international partners in order to determine what the path forward looks like, so we can continue to evacuate third country nationals, Afghans with visas, and any American citizens who have not yet departed because they're not prepared to depart after that period of time. And that will require coordination with our international partners. It will also require continued engagement in some capacity with the Taliban.
Just to be clear, are you suggesting there will not be an American diplomatic presence in Afghanistan?
I think we've been clear we're pulling our personnel out by the 31st. I don't think we've made any other assessment. I'll let the State Department speak to any other plans beyond that.
Can I ask you one more question? I think you indicated yesterday that you believe the president has all the legal authority he needs to attack ISIS-K. Is it the White House's view that the president can lean on the AUMF that was passed right after 9/11 to do so?
I can just assure you the president and the military feel they have all the authorities they need to attack ISIS-K. Go ahead.
To follow up on Steve's question, the G20, some members of the G20 are pushing for a special meeting on Afghanistan, Italy, India. Is there a discussion yet of having a date for a special G20 meeting on Afghanistan?
It's a great question. It would really happen and be coordinated through the State Department, Jennifer. So I would refer you to them. I expect they'll have more details on their planned engagements with international partners in the coming days.
And then the president in the Oval Office talked about how if diplomacy fails with Iran, he would be willing to look at other options. Can you share a little bit more about what other options might mean?
Well, any president always maintains a range of options, but I would tell you that our objective and our first priority and focus is on a diplomatic path forward, and that's where we're putting our energies at this point in time. Go ahead.
I know that there have been a lot of questions about this, but I just really want to try to get some clarity around after August 31st, for people who will still be on the ground in Afghanistan and want to get out. Does the U.S. right now have a vision of a process that they will use to get people out after August 31st? And what is the commitment after August 31st? Is it absolute? If you want to get out of Afghanistan and you are, and you help the U.S. military, you're an Afghan, you'll be able to get out. If you're a green card holder or someone else who wants to get out, is the U.S. guaranteeing that you will be able to get out?
I don't think we can guarantee, but what we can do is work toward, and this is what the president directed the Secretary of State to continue diplomatic efforts with international partners to secure means for third country nationals, Afghans with visas who may be eligible for our programs, of course, any American citizen who remains in country to leave the country even after the U.S. military presence ends. There's a means and mechanisms for that. Those conversations are ongoing. That's our objective. Our commitment does not change on August 31st. Obviously, we need to figure out the operational mechanisms, which is the conversation that's underway.
I have a question about green card holders in Afghanistan, U.S. green card holders. Are they being prioritized right now, or is it only U.S. citizens? Are green card holders not being prioritized at this point?
Again, I think you can note from the numbers, even if you look at the last 24 hours, and we got more than 10,000, I think it was actually a little bit higher than that, people out. Just over 300 of them were American citizens. Passport holders, I should say. Obviously, the rest of the people were Afghans, were green card holders, were others, so they are still getting out of the country. Yes, go ahead.
The administration, the Biden administration, is filled with people who've had a long experience with Afghanistan, many of them dating back years, if not, decades.
Including the president.
Including the president. Most of that time, the Taliban was the sworn enemy. I mean, it was the enemy against whom we fought. Is there a recognition inside the administration of the irony, sort of grim irony of being in a position to rely upon and coordinate with and have negotiations with the adversary that many of them fought for 2 decades?
I think irony is far too light of a term. I mean, the reality is here, as kind of to Phil's earlier question, this is the circumstance we're faced with. The Taliban controls large swaths of the country. That is not what anyone anticipated at this point in time. In order to get American citizens out, in order to get our Afghan partners out, in order to get green card holders out, we need to coordinate with the Taliban. We've been able to evacuate more than 105,000 people as a result. This is not the only place in the world where we have to work with adversaries or people who have been enemies at times in order to further U.S. national security objectives. That's a part of what you have to be flexible to do when you're running the United States or when national security teams are looking to achieve our objectives around the world.
Was a little bit more of the emotional side of it. I mean, do you sense from inside the administration in the meetings that you're in a kind of resignation or frustration or whatever you want to call it with the sort of situation that they find themselves in?
No, I understand your question. I would say, having sat in a lot of these meetings, there's just not a lot of time for self-reflection right now. The focus is really on the task at hand. And even as we're talking about these threats that are acute and ongoing and increasing, we're focused on that and what the information is that's incoming, what steps we can take to get more people out over the coming days or the remaining days. So I wouldn't say there's a lot of focus on self-reflection at this point in time. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jim. What is the White House's reaction to the Supreme Court yesterday overturning the CDC's targeted evictions moratorium? Does the White House now want Congress to act to issue a new moratorium? And what is the White House doing to address what could now become a real eviction crisis for many renters out there?
Sure. Well, first, President Biden would, of course, support congressional action to authorize an eviction moratorium, and the Supreme Court has now clearly outlined that as the sole way a moratorium could remain in effect. Now, at the same time, I think it's important to remember what our objective is here. Our objective is to keep as many people around the country in their homes as possible. Federal legislation is one way to do that. Obviously, the eviction moratorium we have had in place and we've been issuing month to month is one way to do that. But the ERA funding that came through the American Rescue Plan and is going out to states is another way to do that. And we have asked, and we have put out today, the Department of Treasury and the Secretary of HUD sent a letter calling on all governors, mayors, county officials to put in place their own moratoria. There are 7 states across the country who have done that. It has the same impact, right? Because it is preventing people from being kicked out of their homes, and these states have the funding, thanks to the American Rescue Plan, to get that done. Now, the other piece that's our responsibility that we continue to focus on is working to eliminate any red tape
who
that
in chat
exists.
needs it?
We made some announcements earlier
chat,
this
you
week
need
that allows renters to attest to their economic circumstances to make it easier. That is, we have seen an impact in some states, but we're going to continue to look for ways to ease the burden and make it easier to get access to this funding.
You said that Biden would support another moratorium, but is he going to actively urge Congress to take up a vote and pass? I just don't know anybody.
He has conveyed that, but I think it's really important just to go back, not to beat a dead horse here, but to not miss the forest through the trees here, which is what we're trying to do here, is prevent people from being evicted from their homes.
I don't hang out with
If there were enough
deadbeats,
votes
man.
to pass an eviction moratorium in Congress, it would have happened. It hasn't happened, right? So what we're looking at now is how to achieve the objective that we all share, which is to, not everyone, I should say, but a lot of the people who have calling for an extension on this, which is to keep people in their homes. There is means to do that in these states. 7 states have taken the steps. More states can take the steps. They have the funding they need. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. We've heard reports that refugees from Afghanistan have been landing at Dulles Airport, and they've had to sit on airplanes for hours at a time. Sometimes with
these
no
people
or
that
limited
can't
access
afford their
to
rent
food.
to Afghanistan.
Is this something the White House is aware of? And
then
are
they
you
could
making
afford
any
their
efforts to
rent.
smooth this out? I know you said DHS is sort of taking the lead on relocating Afghans, but what does the White House think about these conditions right now, and what are you all doing about it?
Well, certainly we are always working to improve the conditions for people who are coming to the country. But I think the important context here is why that is. And that is because our security vetting process is so thorough that even as people are vetted before they come, they go through a background check before they come. We implement multiple layers of checks, including a confirmation in some cases on landing, and that is to check the manifests. And in a limited number of cases, we have vetting processes that may be unresolved, very limited, but that may lead to at times a delay in and individuals being held on the plane, so that we can have that process seen through. Now, of course, ensuring that people are treated humanely as they are coming to the United States, they have access to food and to water.
They're not
is something
checking
we are
Mexicans
committed to, and we
coming
will
in.
continue
They're
to
not
improve
checking
any of
Afghanis,
these
dude.
conditions. But I think the reason why these planes are waiting
real
is
here.
also an important part of the
They're not
context
checking
here as
people when
well.
they come into our country, man.
Earlier, you addressed some of the Republican
improving
criticism
with the
of president,
Mexicans.
but what is your
Improving
message?
with the
What is the White
Afghanis.
House's message to Democrats who have expressed substantive
They told us
concerns
already. This
about
bitch
the
is
withdrawal
lying,
from
dude.
Afghanistan? Do you have any message to them or response to some
Is
of their
there a
criticism?
specific piece?
I mean, Congresswoman Susan Wild, for example, has said that, it's clear to me that we could not continue to put American service members in danger for an unwinnable war, but I also believe that the evacuation process appears to have been egregiously mishandled. So what's your response to something like that?
Look, I don't have any direct response to any member of Congress, but what I will say is that it is easy to throw stones or be a critic from the outside. It is harder to be in their arena and make difficult decisions. And the decisions that a commander-in-chief has to make include among difficult options, right? These were the options. You send tens of thousands of more troops in Afghanistan to potentially lose their lives. That's an option. Some support that. That's their prerogative. You pull out and you don't put anyone at risk, you don't put troops at risk, and you don't evacuate more than 105,000 people, that's another option. The option that he has chosen, in coordination and based on the recommendations with his military commanders and advisors on the ground, is to implement an evacuation that has saved the lives potentially of more than 105,000 people, certainly at risk of the men and women who are serving in the military, as we saw by the events of yesterday.
How many veterans that come out if they had a veteran vote? Only veterans could vote for it?
You guys have said repeatedly, presented this idea that there were only two choices. What evidence do you have that there weren't other choices that could have been made? I mean,
what's the other choice anyone is offering?
For example, the president could have said to the Afghani government in May, look, we're going to start a mass evacuation of all of the U.S. personnel. We're going to put out an announcement that says, you know, we advise all of our Afghan allies who worked with us to start evacuating as well. It would have been a show of no confidence in the Afghani government. There might have been other repercussions. I'm not suggesting that's the right way to have gone. I don't know, but it is another option, and I'm sure there's 10 other options that I haven't thought of. So why do you present it as these being the only two options?
There are, of course, other options, but there are consequences to every option. That is my point. So let's take your example. If we had evacuated and moved in C-17s, 6,000 troops, I think that's what you're suggesting, and implemented this evacuation in May, you know what would have happened in all likelihood? The threat on U.S. forces would have increased at that point in time. ISIS-K.
You would have been operating in a capital that wasn't overrun by the Taliban.
How do you know that?
Well, the Taliban wasn't near Kabul at that point.
Look, Mike, I think it's easy to play backseat. Let's look at what could have happened 3 months, 4 months ago. I think we've been clear on a couple of things, I will just say. No one anticipated, I think including on the outside, that the Afghan government would have fallen at the pace they fell. And the president and members of our national security team have spoken to that as well. We didn't anticipate the Afghan national security forces would have folded as they did. We didn't anticipate that. And as a result of that all happening, we saw a chaotic situation just 2 weeks ago. So you can always, my point in the response to the question is that there are consequences to any of these difficult choices and decisions. That is what faces you as commander-in-chief, and that was the larger point I was trying to make. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Can you tell us anything about the 13 service members who were killed yesterday, like gender, age? Is there anything you can give us without compromising?
I wouldn't be in a position to share details about individuals. That would come from the Department of Defense, and as I noted, the next of kin notifications are still happening. Go ahead.
On Wednesday, the WHO Director General said the scientific evidence on recommending booster shot remains inconclusive, and that the WHO is still trying to look at safety. And we know that President Biden and the First Lady will soon take their first shot in their booster shot in a few weeks. Are you concerned that the president will take maybe a booster shot that is not scientifically, that has no scientific evidence?
No, it was approved by our FDA and recommended here in the United States, and that's the gold standard of this type of data review. Go ahead.
Wait, the booster is?
We understand that approximately 12,000 people have been evacuated out of Afghanistan. We know that for security reasons, you can't get specific on what security plans are in place, but generally speaking, can you say if any of the protocols or plans on the ground have changed to enable these evacuations safely, despite the threats that are currently there?
Sure, I understand your question, and certainly they adjust and make adjustments on the ground. The commanders on the ground do, in order to keep their troops safe, in order to successfully evacuate more people from the country. And as you noted, we're obviously not going to get into those details from here. It's also important to note and just reiterate, as I said earlier, that you will see a reduction in numbers over the next couple of days, and that is because they are beginning the retrograde process over the course of the next couple of days. They will also be mindful of troop posture and keeping the men and women of our military safe to the degree they can.
Over the last few days, we have seen images of service members kind of creating this human chain, this human barrier holding people back in Kabul. Do you know if that's still happening? That seems like it's putting them in a very vulnerable spot.
The service member, sorry, just so I understand.
just images of them kind of blocking groups from getting to a certain area. Do you know if that's still happening, or is that one of the changes that's been implemented?
I can't. I would point you to the Department of Defense for any operational changes they can speak to, and I would predict they're not going to speak to many in detail. What I will note and refer to is something General McKenzie said yesterday, which really stuck with me in terms of illustrating what's happening here. In order to do the security screenings necessary, people have to get quite close. The members of the military have to get quite close to individuals they're screening. They've screened, as we know, tens of thousands of people. So some images may reflect that. I think what you're talking about is something different from that, but I would certainly point you to them for any specifics they can provide. Oh, good. Go ahead. Go ahead.
On the fake vaccine cards that are making the rounds. The Health and Human Services Office of IG told us this morning that they are receiving, quote, increasing reports of individuals creating, purchasing, and using fake COVID cards, COVID vaccine cards. How concerned is the White House that this could threaten the nation's progress against the virus?
I would not state that as our level of concern. Of course, we are concerned about fake vaccine cards. I don't have an assessment of how widespread it is. I'd have to check with the team and get an assessment of that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you. I have two questions about the president's commitment to give it to us straight, as he often says. The Democratic Congressman Seth Moulton told the journalist Hunter Walker, a former White House colleague, quote, even if you completely agree with the Biden administration's decision to withdraw, the way they have handled this has been a total FUCKING disaster. President Biden firmly committed last night to evacuate any remaining Americans, but you seem to say just now, I don't think we can guarantee that. So which is it?
I think the question was actually about individuals who are still there because they're not prepared to leave, or other Afghans or others who may want to depart. Just for clarity, I know you care about context.
So there is a commitment to evacuate all Americans, and if so, does that mean there's some sort of deal with the Taliban?
I don't even understand what your question is.
The question is that the airport evacuation obviously was disorganized, as criticized even by Democratic congressmen. Is there actually a plan behind President Biden's commitment to evacuate any remaining Americans?
I think the fact that we've evacuated more than 105,000 people, including, and I can give you all the latest numbers, which I know the State Department is giving or is about to give. So of those evacuated since August 14th, we've evacuated at least 5,100 U.S. citizens, likely more. We've received confirmation within the last day more than 300 additional Americans were evacuated. Based on our outreach, there are approximately 500 American citizens we are currently working with who want to leave, and we're communicating directly and in direct contact with them. That speaks to our commitment, I think.
My second question on the topic is, yesterday the conservative transparency group Judicial Watch released Secret Service records on dog bites involving the first dog, Major. One email said that Secret Service agents were bitten every single day for 8 days from March 1st to March 8th, and that a White House visitor was as well. At a March 9th briefing, you only described one biting incident to us and described the dogs as being whisked back to Delaware on a pre-planned trip to visit family friends. Obviously, that is not the world's most important story, but it is significant because we expect honest information even for minor stories. So can you explain to us why there was some kind of misleading account presented to us? And if we can't get honest information about minor stories, why should we have faith in the administration's account for larger issues like Afghanistan?
I know you do keep the dog in the news in the briefing room, so thank you for that. As we've stated previously, Major has had some challenges adjusting to life in the White House. He has been receiving additional training, as well as spending some time in Delaware, where the environment is more familiar to him and he is more comfortable. I don't have any additional specifics, but I think that speaks to where Major is located, to be fully transparent and your ongoing interest in the dog. Go ahead.
Unfortunately, these evacuations are happening during a pandemic. Can you tell us a bit about, are these, I believe there's a quarantine, but are these people being vaccinated? Because I know that the percentage of Afghanistan population is less than 5% that are vaccinated.
Sure. Let me give you kind of an update on this, because I know there was a story out earlier today, and I can give you a bit more detail on it. So let me just find all the details. Well, I can tell you basically that individuals who come in to the United States are offered a vaccine. For those who are coming in on the condition on parole as parolees, it is required. It is a condition of their parole to the United States. But we have made this available at Dulles, and we are continuing to look for ways to expand access to the vaccine to other places where individuals are landing to provide it as quickly as possible on landing. In terms of what steps are taking, everyone is tested upon arrival, and steps are taken if individuals test positive to quarantine them. Obviously, American citizens are asked to quarantine, and like any other American citizens, that would be something they would do on their own. Go ahead.
The president pledged to hunt down people responsible for this attack. How do you prevent that from becoming an open-ended mission, much like the previous, targeting of terrorist groups in Afghanistan?
Well, again, I think the military and the national security team that serves the president has enormous capabilities and capacities and is pursuing a range of missions at the same time. Obviously, the one they are undertaking in Afghanistan is one that is front and center in the news right now. But I will tell you that we are consistently looking and tracking down and hunting terrorists around the world where they are. This is going to be a part of that effort. That will unfortunately be ongoing. And one of the reasons I would remind you all that the president made the decision to bring our men and women home is because the terrorist threat has metastasized. There are other parts of the world, and this kind of goes to an earlier question, where we don't have a military presence on the ground, but or a diplomatic presence on the ground, but we are still tracking counterterrorism threats. Libya, Yemen are two examples of that. So that will continue.
Does the administration assess that ISIS-K wants to or has the capability to attack Americans domestically in the United States or just in Afghanistan at this point?
No, that's not an assessment we've made at this time. Go ahead.
To ensure...
Is today your last day?
Yes, it is.
Well, thank you for your services in the media.
Decided there were too many Steves in the briefing.
There are a lot of Steves. I will look into that.
To ensure Iran never develops a nuclear weapon, President Biden told the Israeli Prime Minister today, quote, "We're putting diplomacy first and seeing where that takes us. But if diplomacy fails, we're ready to turn to other options." Can you detail for us what are those other options?
Well, as I said a little earlier, I mean, any president has a range of options at their disposal. I'm not going to outline those from here, but our first preference and our priority and our focus is on the diplomatic path and pursuing the diplomatic path forward. So that is where our energies lie at this point in time. Go ahead, Karen.
Does the president want to see Congress come back from recess to deal with the eviction issue?
That would be up to the Speaker and leaders in Congress to determine. But again, and certainly he would support and would be happy to sign, would love to sign legislation into law. But there are ways to achieve the same objective, and that's what we're really pressing on, and we have the power to implement from the federal government.
Friday, you usually give us a week ahead. Do you have details for what the president's doing next week?
I think maybe I skipped that. Thank you, Karen. Hold on. I didn't even mean to do that.
Two UK nationals also died in those attacks
apologies.
yesterday.
Thank you for the prompt.
What I'm reading.
Every day, and some of these details will be finalized over the coming days. As you can expect, it's a bit fluid, but every day this weekend and next week, the president will continue to meet with his national security team to discuss intelligence, security, and diplomatic updates on the evolving situation in Afghanistan. And as I noted at the top, he will also be receiving regular updates on the hurricane. We'll provide those updates to you as they happen. Next week, the president will also welcome President Zelensky of Ukraine to the White House. The visit will affirm the United States' unwavering support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity in the face of Russia's ongoing aggression in the Donbass and Crimea, our close cooperation on energy security, and our backing for President Zelensky's efforts to tackle corruption and implement a reform agenda based on our shared democratic values. And on Friday, he will deliver remarks on the July jobs report and the progress made by his administration to build the economy back better. As we have more details over the weekend, we will provide them to all of you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen.
Oh, it's our Friday guest. We'll get to him in a second. It's been a while. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. Two quick follow-ups here. I wanted to return to the binary of continuing a forever war that both Republican and Democrat administrations opposed, that the polling showed the majority of the country opposed, and then the withdrawal and the idea that, no matter what, that was going to be messy. Given the events of the past 2 weeks, does the president feel that U.S. military personnel were put in the best position to carry out their mission on the ground?
Well, I would say first that anything the U.S. military has asked for as they're working to implement this mission, they have been granted. And I think they would confirm that as well. And the president asked them that at the end of every meeting. I would also note something that was said yesterday at the Department of Defense briefing, which is that they know they are, and this is why the men and women of the military are so amazing and incredible. They know they are putting themselves in harm's way when they're working to implement missions like these. And they work to implement plans and put together plans that have force posture protection front and center. But when we're dealing with a real threat from ISIS-K, of course, events like yesterday unfortunately happen.
And then yesterday, the president said that he made the assessment after talking to his military advisors that Bagram Air Force Base was not much of a value add. I'm curious because General Milley earlier in August said, quote, if we were to keep both Bagram and the embassy going, that would be a significant number of military forces that would have exceeded what we had, or stayed the same, or exceeded what we had. Was that decision about leaving that air base, was that because it wasn't a value add or because it would have required, sending more troops over there?
Well, Bagram was an enormous base that required an enormous presence. It also made it, and also it has a significant different distance, I should say, from Kabul. Significant, I guess, is all relative, but is far away from Kabul. So it would have required quite a presence to protect, and it wasn't located in a place that would have been as effective in evacuating people who are located in Kabul.
Really quick one.
Yeah.
The president said yesterday, quote, we have greater threats coming out of other countries, a heck of a lot closer to the United States. Is there anything that you can tell us a little bit, like what countries he was referring to in particular as opposed to Afghanistan? It's a bit of an alarming statement.
I think he was intending to convey what he's conveyed many times about the metastasizing threat from a range of terrorist organizations that have greater capacities around the world, and how we need to keep our eye focused on those as being one of the root reasons why he brought our men and women home. Go ahead.
Does the administration have any guarantee from the Taliban not to harm Americans who are left behind or choose to stay behind in Afghanistan after August 31st?
Well, that is certainly our expectation, yes. And we're working through. Go ahead.
Jen, I want to follow up on Philip's question, but very quickly, a source while we've been sitting here said to me that the Taliban is preparing to take over the airport by as early as Saturday, and there may already be some infiltration into parts controlled by the military, HKIA. I'm wondering, has the president moved up the August 31st withdrawal, even unofficially?
No, and the Department of Defense gave an operational update about 2 hours ago on the retrograde process. I have not obviously seen that reporting, and I'm happy to talk to them about it after, but nothing had changed.
Just a quick question, follow up Philip's question. You said it's easy to be a critic from the outside, as we've heard from lawmakers, but some members of the Marine Corps have taken to social media and they're criticizing not the president, but top generals for failing to be accountable for a strategy that they say costs lives. For example, we've just been talking about Bagram. The closing of that no longer had the high trauma capabilities to deal with some of these horrible and horrific injuries, and that the airport was ill-equipped. Any sort of serious injuries, you'd have to be medevac to Germany. Was this a miscalculation on the part of the generals? And with regard to the president, he said he was listening to his generals. Two questions really quickly on that. Sure. Does he believe he was given bad advice? And will he ask for any resignations of his generals, given the high cost of American and Afghan lives?
No to both of those questions. I think that what the president looks at the events of yesterday as a tragedy, and one that was felt viscerally by the leaders of the military as well. And losing members of your men and women working for you from the service branches is devastating. It's devastating for the president. It's devastating for the leaders of the military as many times as it has happened. And it is a reflection on all of them and the people on the ground that they are continuing to implement this mission even under difficult and risky circumstances. Go ahead.
Just as a follow-up to the previous question, Republican lawmakers have really targeted Secretary of State Blinken. They went so far as to introduce impeachment articles today. Does the president still have confidence in the Secretary of State, and what is the White House's response to the articles of impeachment?
Yes, he does, and I have no response on a day where we're still honoring the lives of men and women in the military who were lost yesterday. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jim. I've got two questions, one on Afghanistan and one on the bilateral. On Afghanistan, do you have any updates as to those people, those Americans that you were saying you were still trying to contact and to figure out where they are? Has there been ever any progress on that front?
So I gave a little bit of an update earlier, but we've received that just over the last day, we evacuated more than 300 additional Americans. Those were a number of people who we were working to engage with and be in contact with. There are approximately 500 American citizens we are currently working with who want to leave, and we're communicating directly with to facilitate their evacuation. That's the update from the State Department. They may have more details, given they have been overseeing the constant contact, which we went and did another round of contacts via email, text, WhatsApp, phone over the course of yesterday.
And on the bilateral, the president said that he was still right now focused on diplomacy regarding the Iran nuclear deal. How long is he willing to fight for that diplomatic path? When is he going to feel like it's done and he's moving to other options?
Well, I'm just not going to give an end date on that, given it is by far and away our best option and the preferable option. And we're in this situation because the prior administration pulled out of the Iran nuclear deal and prevented us from having the visibility we need into Iran's capabilities. And that is why we're going to continue to pursue it, but I don't have an end date or an end timeline. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Justice Breyer gave an interesting interview to the New York Times today, and I know there's a lot of sensitivities about looking like you're pushing out of justice, but I'm wondering if the White House has made any preparations for a potential Supreme Court justice opening.
Again, it's going to be up to any sitting Supreme Court justice to make a determination about their timeline and how long they'll stay.
And has the president reached out to any governors about the lack of rental assistance aid that has actually gone out in states? I know, the federal government can only control so much, but I'm wondering if the president has reached out to governors specifically to urge them to get that aid out.
Well, I would say that we have had a number of members of his cabinet and senior officials who have been engaged directly with governors about how to get the aid out, and a number of the steps we've taken to cut the red tape and make it easier from the federal government has been a result in part of these discussions on what can make it easier to get the money out. Yeah. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Jen. About the relations with the Taliban, looking forward. So the US obviously has got some ongoing asks to the Taliban, like some cooperation on helping to get future people out.
Yep.
And presumably looking for these Islamic State folks. What are the Taliban asking in return? Are they asking for recognition? Are they asking for an embassy to be put back there? What's their kind of big ask?
I think it should be really clear here. There's no rush to recognition of any sort by the United States or any international partners we have talked to. I am, as I've said in the past, blissfully not a spokesperson for the Taliban. So I would ask you to ask them that question as to what they want. Go ahead in the back.
You talked earlier about COVID screenings for evacuees as they are coming in. Do you have any information or indication of what the positivity rate is? And can you say how many times are these evacuees being tested? You said that they're being tested in Kabul. Are they being tested again once they arrive in the US?
They're tested when they arrive here.
Can you say what the positivity rate is?
I don't have that information. I will see if the Department of Homeland Security has it.
One more on vaccines that were donated to.
And I would just reiterate, individuals who test positive are quarantined and separated. So that is how that is handled.
Can I ask about the U.S. has donated over 3 million COVID vaccines to Afghanistan. The UN put out a report this week saying that the number of vaccinations in Afghanistan has significantly dropped since the Taliban took over. Does the White House or does the U.S. government have any indication of what's happened to those vaccines? Are they in the hands of the Taliban and are they still being distributed? Or is there a concern that the Taliban might try to sell those doses?
Well, we have not worked with the Taliban as the government, right? And a lot of these assistance is often distributed through humanitarian organizations or others who work through COVAX. I would have to check and see what the implementation and mechanisms are, but we are quite careful and very focused on vaccines not getting into the right hands. And for countries we work with, and remember this was an issue with Cuba, right? We need to have mechanisms to ensure that they are getting out to the populations who need to get access to the vaccines. Go ahead.
I would like to ask you, there is link between Taliban and ISIS because the Taliban released from the president from the jail based of US and Taliban agreement. Now Afghan people more worried if the Taliban and ISIS-K, they are friends. It's going to be okay, and still they are friends with the Al-Qaeda too, which is they didn't keep their commitment. Or if not, do you think that it's going to be, started again another civil war in Afghanistan? I don't understand. Taliban and ISIS, they are friends or they are enemy?
I think there's clear historic evidence that they have been enemies in the past. I don't have any assessment beyond what we've said over the last few days about the fact that we have no information to suggest that the Taliban had knowledge of or engagement in the ISIS-K attack. Beyond that, what we have available or what I can speak to as historic precedent. Oh yes, let me go. Hello. So we haven't done this in a while, but so this is, let's see, Blake Patterson. Thanks for joining us, Blake, who is from The Advocate in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. How can we help you, Blake?
Thank you for having me. Hurricane Ida is on Louisiana's doorstep, but today marks the 1-year anniversary since an even stronger storm, Hurricane Laura, devastated Lake Charles in southwest Louisiana. President Biden promised back in May that help was on the way, but the region still hasn't received a penny in supplemental disaster relief. What can you say to the people of Louisiana for how much longer they need to wait for President Biden and Congress to act? And with this latest storm coming, why should Louisianans trust that the Biden administration will be there to back them up if it's just as devastating?
Well, I can tell you that the president is incredibly focused on Hurricane Ida and the fact that it is approaching your community and your state later this weekend. I think we're going to announce this shortly, but I'll tell you, we are sending a surge response team, 50 FEMA paramedics who will be providing medical care statewide, 47 FEMA ambulances operated by 94 FEMA emergency medical service providers will be supporting patient movement statewide to assist the state in decompressing hospital load should that be needed. We have over 250 personnel across the state and 20 VA hospital beds. We have been working to provide direct assistance and even get ahead of the storm. We're pre-positioning personnel and resources, I noted, including food, water, and generators to respond to what could be a dangerous hurricane hitting the region over the course of the next day. I also noted that yesterday, as you know, the FEMA administration was down in the region. The president will speak with the governor later this afternoon. And in terms of the supplementary funding from the hurricane from last year, I'll have to check on the status of that and what the holdups are. Thank you for joining us and for your patience. Appreciate it. Okay, thanks everyone. We'll see you all on Monday.
How can we be sure that we'll be able to get the bombers?
I think you should have faith on the capabilities of our military and our national security team. Thank you, everyone.
State sponsor of terror.
Oh man,
and if there is instability in the region today, if there has been war in Afghanistan for decades and blowback in Pakistan, no one disputes that. It is because the world, neighbors, and democracies further afield have failed to address this issue of Pakistan's use of terror, use of global jihad as an instrument of state power. It's scandalous. It's a threat to international peace and security, and it has to stop, starting with sanctions now. I met Imran Khan before he came into office in Toronto at a friend's house. I heard him hold forth about the Taliban for more than an hour. And I don't think anywhere in the world have I heard someone who was a more zealous exponent of the violence and the approach that they took to conquest in Afghanistan. I've never heard anyone outside Afghanistan or in Afghanistan be as zealous in their defense. So I'm not surprised he was selected as the prime minister, and I'm not surprised that he has, and everyone else in his government, have welcomed these developments so warmly. It's what they've been ordered to do by generals. They're not really in charge anyway.
Yeah, and Zain, you know, in Afghanistan, you had some bargaining position as long as the Americans were there. We're talking to John Bolton some time back. He said, we are not there now. The Pakistanis have no bargaining position with anyone in the world. So you are basically bargaining for yourself. What if the world refuses to bargain with you? What if the world clubs Pakistan, Afghanistan together and any organization, any terrorist organization as a target? What if the world comes together?
Unlike India and unlike the likes of Mr. Alexander, who I have great respect for, the world has realized that Pakistan's stance has been vindicated. Pakistan has always said that there will be no military solution in Afghanistan, and now the world has caught up to that. Now that that's happened, and now, I mean, tell me this much. This is an epic failure on America and NATO and all the allied forces' part, where they were not able to, where it was an intelligence failure on their part, where they were not able to see what was happening. But it wasn't Pakistan who installed
But Zain, did the Taliban not use military force to take Kabul?
Finish, please. If you would let me finish, please, I'd be grateful. It was not Pakistan who told us
did they use force or not?
Run from Afghanistan with millions of dollars. It was not Pakistan who told the Afghan National Army to not put up any resistance to the Taliban.
But it was Pakistan.
Not Pakistan who did
No, but Mr. Qureshi, it was Pakistan.
Back to the matter.
It was Pakistan as exposed. You can ask the foreign minister as well. It was Pakistan as exposed by your then national security advisor, Mahmoud Ali Durrani, who said, I'm ashamed of my country. Your national security advisor said, I'm ashamed because my country carried out the 26/11 Mumbai attack. And he said this while speaking at the 19th Asian Security Conference in Delhi. And you'll now say, I don't want to comment on that.
Well, I'm not going to comment on individuals and what they say and what their agendas are. But the fact of the matter is, I am a representative of the state of Pakistan, and I am telling you.
What is the view of the state of Pakistan on the Al-Qaeda, sir? Tell me.
The view of the state of Pakistan is that you need to have a negotiated political settlement in Afghanistan.
You are saying you need to negotiate with Al-Qaeda. You're saying you need to negotiate with Al-Qaeda.
You need to negotiate with whoever is in power.
Whoever is in power. So you would negotiate. But you just said there were banned organizations. You're contradicting yourself in a big way on a very widely watched program. You just said there were banned organizations. Now you're saying negotiate with them. Are you? No, Zain. You are saying you need to negotiate with banned terrorist organizations. How can that be a conceivable argument?
Unlike Mr. Alexander, I'm not going to question the democratic processes of countries or call their government selected or picked or whatever. Matter is, whatever the people or whoever they decide to be in power in Afghanistan, we need to negotiate with them, have an inclusive, politically settled government so that there can be peace in Afghanistan. That is what Pakistan
can advocate that as much as you wish.
Wants today, and that is what Pakistan will carry on.
Well, we don't negotiate. You don't negotiate with terrorist groups. You'll be on the FATF blacklist if you continue this way. Zain, I can only tell you, the world is coming together. This is not to your advantage. It's to your peril.
Let's not even talk about the FATF blacklist.
The world is coming together. You will face the same situation that Libya did in 1986. Only this time it won't be America alone, it will be the entire country. You are renting out your prime minister's official residence to raise funds. You have written a letter on the 8th of June to the Chinese premier saying, I want an extension of debt repayment. The total debt and liabilities of Pakistan have been rising by 7% month on month. The ISKP will come for you. The Tehreek-e-Taliban, Pakistan, who you praise, killed your children, and yet you are not understanding. They want an Islamic caliphate. They'll say Pakistan should be part of the Islamic caliphate. Khorasan includes large areas of Pakistan. So I'm only saying, Zain, correct your course, so you got to watch out. And I tell you, a lot of people watching from Pakistan today, a lot of people watching this program in Pakistan are saying you're saying the right things to Zen. A lot of people from your country will be shocked that you are refused to call Osama a terrorist. It's not expected from you.
I thank you for your concern for Pakistan. Pakistan's fully capable of defending itself against whatever challenges it faces. Fact of the matter is, Pakistan has played the role of responsible neighbor, and Pakistan has tried to facilitate that process in trying to bring peace in Afghanistan.
Well, the peace does not happen with whiplashings, beheadings, and stonings. Zen. It doesn't happen this way.
I agree with you, and I condone all of that. Any sensible person will condone that.
Then all the snakes you have in your backyard will come back to sting you.
Fact of the matter.
Don't nurture them.
Arnav, no matter what you say, fact of the matter is, after 20 years being in Afghanistan with NATO and American forces, which over $2 trillion spent, the Americans and NATO and everyone else has nothing to show for it. You have replaced the Taliban with the Taliban yourself by upping and leaving.
You should prepare yourself. Unless you change course, the Taliban is coming for you. They will sever away. They will erase the Durand line. They will carry out attacks again. Mark my words, Zen. 6 months from now,
that's what you
mark my words, then 6 months from now, when I call you, you'll say, Arnab, I was wrong. When you asked me the first time, I should have called Osama.
Let's do that, Arnab. Let's do that.
Yes, let's do that.
6 months
we will do that.
From now,
we will do that. We will do that.
And you and I can have another debate.
Absolutely, we will do that. We will do that, but you might lose Waziristan by then. I thank you all for joining me. Thank Chris and thank Zen Qureshi as well. And we go to a bigger panel now. That's Zen versus Chris Alexander. Now on the Indian side, we have Shazia Elmi of the BJP, General Sanjay Kulkarni, former Director General of India's.
What's we got going on, man? Dude, they got like military grade FLIR system on their chopper, and they're just watching these kids do donuts in a parking lot with it. That's what you would hear with it normally, right?
Alright, just so you guys are clear, Hobby Lobby is the lit poles. There's one to the west, one in the center of Hobby Lobby, and one to the east.
It makes me want to play Battlefield. There's a lot of cars though lined up like that. It's true.
Josh, where's your stationary at?
Oh, is this the cops rolling in
You're
here?
at the Villa, but the Army's heading out now. We're moving in now.
Oh, here he goes.
Hey, OHP, give us, if you want to get up there to Penn, and just give us a second whenever we turn on to 59th Street. We'll let you know. That way you're not
Man, I want to see him scatter.
Warning everybody.
Bro, I just wanted to see him scatter. That's all I wanted to see, and they did not.
Dedication to the United States. I can now confirm that therefore our embassies around the world quite simply could not function without locally employed staff, and we will continue to do everything we can to bring them to safety. With that, Matt.
Right. Thanks, Ed.
So before you came out here, your colleague at the White House punted an enormous number of questions to you. You can thank her for that later. Some of which involved some of the numbers that you just went through, and I think she gave some of them as well. But there's three things that I want to ask, and you can please be extremely brief with the answers, because they don't need long answers. Do you have numbers, after you've just given us the AMSIT numbers, do you have numbers, or do those include LPRs? Also, do you have numbers for remaining SIVs? Do you have numbers for P1, P2, remaining P1, P2 applicants? And in terms of the broader universe of at-risk Afghans, do you have numbers for those? Secondly, she punted on the idea of a diplomatic presence post-August 30, post-Tuesday. I presume that she did that because there isn't any decision. So can you bring us up to date if there is or is not, and what the negotiations are like? And then the last one on that, and I've got one more after this, but is the airport and the negotiations on who would run.
Last one.
If anyone would.
I got one after this.
Tuesday.
Great. Let me take those in order. On numbers, look, I know there is intense interest in the numbers.
I'm eating Ganny food.
As you have heard today, as you've heard from the Secretary over the past couple days, we have committed to providing all of you, and in turn the American people, with as precise figures we can when it comes to American citizens. We have a special responsibility to American citizens, and we are going to continue to update you on our progress in repatriating those American citizens. When it comes to numbers of SIVs, what I can say is that we have reached out over the course of the past couple weeks, since August 14th, to thousands upon thousands of SIVs. Those are principal applicants, SIV principal applicants, as well as their family members. This applies to all of the categories you've run through, but in the context of this massive, in many ways unprecedented evacuation effort, our first goal has been to bring as many people to safety as quickly as possible. So in many cases, we are going to be in a better position to provide you fidelity on numbers in the coming days and the coming weeks. As this process has been ongoing, our goal has been to put as many people on as many planes as we can. And the accounting we'll be able to do in more detail, I would expect, in the coming days. But SIVs, we have reached out to thousands upon thousands. When it comes to legal, lawful permanent residents, we have messaged to LPRs in Afghanistan since August 14th, when we provided specific instructions to American citizens, and also provided an opportunity for LPRs to indicate their interest in relocating to the United States. So again, we don't have precise figures to provide on that right now. I would offer the same when it comes to the other categories, P1s, P2s. As I just said, we have safely moved the vast majority of our locally engaged, locally employed staff members to the Kabul airport.
Okay. And on the negotiations over both a possible ongoing, continuing diplomatic presence after Tuesday and the airport, is there anything new there?
So
on either?
I will say a couple things on the diplomatic presence. There are a number of issues implicated in a decision like this. First and foremost on our minds, and this is always the case, but it is acutely the case after yesterday, is the safety, is the security of the Americans who would be part of that mission. The Secretary of State, the President of the United States, and this full team wants to be confident that our people serving overseas, diplomats, service members, others, are in a position to operate as safely and securely as possible. And so that is a big piece of business. We are also discussing these broader issues with a range of our international partners. Again, this is not just a question that the United States will have to decide for itself. every country around the world will need to make a sovereign decision about any diplomatic presence in Kabul, in Afghanistan, going forward.
I'm asking about the United States. I'm not asking about any other country.
Well, but I'm telling you, we are coordinating with our international partners, again, to share ideas, to ensure that we are sending the appropriate signals and messages to the Taliban. The Taliban, who, by the way, have been quite clear and quite open in the fact that they would like other countries to retain their diplomatic missions. They said, a spokesperson said the other day, we appreciate that the embassies that remain open and didn't close, we assure them of their safety and protection. This gets back to the point that the Taliban have self-interest here as well.
The embassies that remained open are like the Chinese and the Russians. So they're not exactly yours. So anyway, basically there's no decision.
We do not have a decision to offer right now, but it is something we are actively discussing, both with our partners and thinking about here as well.
In the airport, those discussions still continue as well?
Well, I know there's been intense interest in the airport, so let me just spend a moment on that.
Maybe if someone else wants to hear all that, I just want to know if there's a decision. Yes or no? No?
Excuse me, a decision.
Run it on who, if anyone, is going to run it afterwards.
So Matt,
someone else wants to hear the whole thing, they can ask.
Okay, I assumed as a journalist you might be interested in hearing the context here, but the point is that
I'm always interested in the context, but I'm not interested in hearing.
Upon our departure, we will transfer the airport back to the Afghan people. So it is not for us to decide. We are undertaking.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm just asking if there's been a decision made on whether that you're aware of that, and who is going to run the airport, if anyone, after the 31st. Then the last thing, and I'll stop and won't ask another question at all. There was a briefing that was given to Hill staffers and members of Congress a little while ago, in which a senior Pentagon official, maybe he misspoke, maybe people misheard him, but said apparently that the U.S. does not believe that ISIS or Al Qaeda are a threat to the United States. Is that correct? Is that the administration's position?
Matt, I have not heard that comment, so I couldn't.
Well, regardless of whether you've heard it or not, is the administration's position now that ISIS and Al Qaeda do not present a threat to the United States?
I would need to know more about the context of that specific quote, but let me be clear that this president has made certain, and he has made clear in no ambiguous terms, that we will continue to confront, using every appropriate tool, groups like Al Qaeda, groups like ISIS, any group around the world, wherever it is, that would potentially pose a threat to the United States and our people. Yes, Myra.
On the airport, I don't know if you've seen, but just now there are a number of pictures and reports on Twitter from various accounts that Taliban units are moving into or towards into the Kabul airport. Have you seen that? Has the United States military seen that? Anything you can say?
So my colleague at the White House was just asked about this as well. Yes. What DoD has spoken to is their retrograde planning, the fact that we certainly intend to complete our mission by August 31st.
When DoD spoke, these pictures were not. This is just happening like the past half an hour.
Yep. I don't have any response to that, but if there is any change in DoD retrograde operations or timing, they would need to be the ones to speak to that.
Is there any reason to think that U.S. forces would not be at the airport through the end of the day on August 31st?
Again, any timing operation when it comes to retrograde operations, the Department of Defense would need to speak to that. Our people, those under Chief of Mission Authority on the ground, will leave the country as part of those retrograde operations, but ultimately DoD will need to speak to the timing in those operations.
So wouldn't that affect the remaining evacuations of any remaining U.S. citizens or Afghans who have permission to leave under the U.S.'s auspices?
What I will say generally, and this is the point that DoD has made, is that retrograde is not like turning a light switch. It is not off at 1 minute and on the next. This is a transition from a full-scale evacuation ultimately to a full-scale retrograde and departure. But as to the mechanics of that, I would need to refer to DoD.
Just want to continue a little bit on recognition and aid. So we're seeing that the reality is sinking with in Europe about Taliban, and they're accepting that they'll have to deal with the group. Where is the United States? Where is the United States on that? And I know that your focus is on the evacuation, but the urgent element of that is providing humanitarian aid. And since there is quite a bit of uncertainty about the airport as well, but you have expressed your commitment to provide the aid, so how exactly are you going to do it? And has the United States come to that decision that they will have to deal with the Taliban, not least because of humanitarian aid reasons?
So first, on the issue of recognition, it is not unlike the question of any diplomatic presence going forward, in that it is something that we are in regular, constant contact with our allies and partners around the world to discuss. You referenced some statements from unnamed European countries. There have been actual formal communiques from including some of our closest allies in the world in the context of the G7, in the context of NATO, in the context of other fora and groupings that speak to a unified position on this.
Does that mean you're aligned with their
It means
their position? Because Merkel, for example, said it's a reality, we will have to deal with them. Is that where the United States is also?
What you were referring to is a separate question from recognition, a separate question from conferring legitimacy. But what I will say is that these are questions that we are actively discussing with our European partners and well beyond. As I believe you've heard, our Deputy Secretary every other day convenes a group of nearly 30 countries, including NATO allies, but also including countries in the Indo-Pacific region, to discuss issues that are tactical and operational, but also strategic in terms of what any relationship with the future government of Afghanistan will look like.
Let me try super specifically, Ned. Should the Taliban get the Afghanistan seat at UN?
These are not questions that we're prepared to answer today. And we are not prepared to answer them today precisely because we have heard a range of statements from the Taliban. Some of them have been positive, some of them have been constructive, but ultimately what we will be looking for, what our international partners will be looking for, are deeds, not words. What we are going to be focused on, and questions of any future diplomatic presence, any questions of recognition, any questions of assistance, is follow-through. Again, deeds, not words. Now, humanitarian assistance is a separate issue. And we have proven in contexts that are varied and really encompass the world, the globe, that we can maintain a humanitarian commitment to, in this case, the Afghan people, in ways that does not have any funding or assistance pass through the coffers of a central government. So that commitment will remain. I expect the United States will continue to be a very generous donor to the Afghan people. Over the course of the past 20 years, it's nearly $4 billion. It is $250,000. $250 million. We allocated just this summer, and the president just a few days ago allocated another $500 million to support internally displaced persons inside Afghanistan, Afghan refugees, and Afghans around the world who may be in need of assistance. Yes.
Yes, if you follow up on the diplomatic presence, has the Taliban directly, explicitly asked the U.S. in your conversations to keep a diplomatic presence, and if yes, what assurances have they provided for the security, etc.? And also on the locally employed staff, you spoke about vast majority out or about to be out. Can you put any figure about that, and how many are still not out or about to be out?
In terms of diplomatic recognition and what we've heard from the Taliban, look, we have heard the same presence. We have heard the same thing from the Taliban privately that they have been saying publicly. I referred a moment ago to a public Taliban statement that they want embassies to remain open. They have made very clear to us in our communication they would like to see an American diplomatic presence remain. Ultimately, of course, it's not up to the Taliban. It's a determination that we will need to make consistent with the overriding prerogative, and that is the safety and security of American officials. It is a decision we plan to discuss and to confer about with our allies and partners as well. Look, the Taliban have pledged publicly. They said, we assure them of their safety and protection. Those are the same kinds of assurances we've received in private. But I can tell you, we don't put all that great a value on, again, words. What we are going to be looking for is an indication that there is substance, that there is merit to those statements, an indication that there will be follow-through before we make any such decisions. Remind me of your second question.
On the number of the locally employed
on the number of locally engaged staff, there have been hundreds who have been moved to safety in recent days. That is the vast majority of our locally engaged staff and their family members, Laura.
You don't have numbers of how many are still there?
The vast majority are now safely out of Afghanistan or at the airport compound, Laura.
Thanks. I have two evacuation-related questions. First off, there are reports that private planes are trying to fly into HKIA to evacuate some Afghans, but have been turned away and specifically told by the United States to not land. Do you know if those reports are true?
I would need to refer to the U.S. military to speak to those reports. What I can say is that this has been a highly effective operation when it comes to the evacuation, and you need look no further than, again, the metric that matters, and that is 110,600 people through U.S. military and coalition flights since August 14th. This is an operation that requires a great deal of coordination. It is an operation that requires a great deal of choreography. Any airport around the world, especially one as busy as this. Look, Hamid Karzai International Airport, for those of you who have been there, no, it is not Chicago O'Hare. It is the size of an airport of a fairly small town. So the orchestration and coordination that is required to have U.S. military, charter, other aircraft be able to take off every 45, every half hour, for every 45 minutes, every half hour, that is indeed a pretty sophisticated bit of business, but I'd need to refer you to DoD on that front.
And so the other part of that, some of these reports, is that the United States is telling other countries to not accept any planes of Afghans at this point. Is that true?
That we are telling other countries not to accept planes? We are very warmly welcoming countries around the world who have opened their doors, who have opened their borders, who have put forward offers to accept Afghan refugees. The United States has demonstrated incredible generosity, as we often do in these times, but this will need to be a global effort. And we've been gratified that countries around the world have indicated a willingness to host Afghan refugees, and we continue to urge additional countries to do even more.
Okay, and then one more kind of broader question. You've said, and the President spoke yesterday, about some of the American citizens who have actively decided to not leave Afghanistan. I think we've talked here, maybe we have, about reasons why they may not want to leave. Specifically, that they might not want to leave family members who don't have visas or who aren't American citizens or don't have passports, blue passports to get out. So I'm wondering if this is something that the State Department is looking at addressing more broadly, at changing some of its visa requirements or citizenship requirements, or the ability to allow more people, family members, to come out so these American citizens don't have to make the choice between their safety and leaving their parents, loved ones, children behind.
Well, let me make a couple broad points. Number one, the number of individuals with whom we've been in contact who say that they don't wish to leave because they don't wish to leave their extended family behind, it is relatively small. Especially when you look at the universe of American citizens that we've repatriated or in the process of repatriating, it is a relatively small number. But number two, when we talk about this,
The
and I think this
universe
is
have to
important
do
to
with it.
understand the context around these numbers. The people we're in touch with, the individuals we believe to be American citizens we're in touch with, that number will fluctuate. It will be dynamic. Precisely because, especially as we get to a smaller and smaller universe of American citizens, they are making these decisions and sometimes reversing these decisions multiple times a day. And so when we say that we are in regular contact,
double down on it.
we mean regular contact, multiple times a day, sometimes hearing one answer, other times hearing another, as the remaining Americans make these decisions. Look, I'm not aware of any plans to change eligibility for visa requirements. We have a special commitment to American citizens. That special commitment is spelled out very clearly in 22 U.S. Code, Section 4802, responsibility of the Secretary of State to American citizens. What I will say, and the point that I think is relevant to this, is that our military operation will come to an end by August 31st. What does not have an expiration date is our commitment to any American who, for whatever reason, decides not to take us up on the offer of repatriation now, but who may come to us in days, weeks, months, or years to say, I want help, I want assistance leaving. Now, the tactics that may be available to us, depending on where we are, given all the questions you've asked about, they may be different. In fact, they almost certainly will be different, at least in the near term. But our commitment to American citizens will not change. An American citizen who has extended family, those extended family members may be eligible to travel to the United States under other forms of eligibility. And we've talked about some of those forms of eligibility. So again, August 31st is the end of the U.S. military operation. It is not the end of our commitment. You couple that with what we have heard from the Taliban about their commitment to safe passage, not only on August 31st, but also going forward. They have not attached any expiration date to the very public commitments they have made to safe passage. Again, that is something we are going to continue to press with the international community, because this is not about trust. This is about the follow-through that we see with the international community.
They helped to blow us up.
I'd
I'd say that's fucking with the safe passage, wouldn't you?
Coming down, and again, put this in the category of for what it's worth. But on live national television this afternoon, a senior Taliban official said that the Afghan borders will be open. People will be able to travel at any time into and out of Afghanistan. That is another reiteration of the commitment we've seen. Again, what matters to us is that those commitments, that rhetoric, is transformed into reality. And that's something we'll be watching very closely. And that's something that we are working on concertedly behind the scenes with our allies and partners around the world. Yes, Jen.
U.S. citizens who were killed in yesterday's attacks who weren't military or any, civilians?
We conducted accountability for all individuals who fall under Chief of Mission Authority. That accountability was complete shortly after we received word of the attacks. We are unaware that any Americans were, that any either private or Americans under Chief of Mission Authority were killed or injured or harmed in the attacks.
And then what is the State Department's position on some of these opposition forces that have cropped up across Afghanistan? Are you supportive of these movements?
So our position is the same position that we had yesterday, before August 14th, before August 1st, going back. There needs to be a political settlement to this. This is what we have sought to facilitate and to support for quite a while now. This was the effort ongoing in Doha. It is still the effort that is ongoing in Doha. Now it is an effort that has elements of it that are active in Afghanistan. Our personnel on the ground in Kabul are actually working on this as well. There needs to be a political settlement. It needs to be, if we are, to get back to these questions of recognition. If any future Afghan government is to be one that we can work with, it needs to be inclusive. Ultimately, it needs to be a government that respects and upholds the rights of its citizens. Importantly, that includes the many marked gains that Afghanistan's women and girls and minorities have made with the help of the United States over the past 20 years. That's what we'll be looking for.
You've said multiple times in the past few days that as many people as possible will be evacuated before August 31st. That implies that some people aren't going to be on a plane leaving the country. What is the U.S. government's best estimate of how many people will still need help leaving Afghanistan after August 31st?
Roz, it's a difficult question because, look, we have evacuated more than 110,000 people so far. But we have always sought to be clear about this and sought not to sugarcoat what will be a time of great uncertainty, a time of great fear, a time of concern for many Afghans. And most of those Afghans will not fall within the categories that we've been talking about. American citizens, green card holders, SIVs, LES, P1s, P2s. The rise of the Taliban will be of great concern to many Afghans, well beyond those categories. But the point is, despite the really astounding numbers when it comes to the evacuation, our commitment to help those in need, and that includes, of course, American citizens who, for whatever reason, decide to stay behind, to SIVs who were not in a position to evacuate before August 31st, to others who fall within those categories, but others who may not yet be within those categories. That commitment will remain firm after August 31st. This is a commitment that the United States has. It is a similar commitment that we've heard from many of our allies and partners. And there are a number of pieces to this. One important piece, are these commitments on the part of the Taliban to safe passage. Another important piece, is this business of the airport and our interest, the interest of the international community, but also the professed self-interest on the part of the Taliban to have a civilian airport that is open, that is functioning, that can be provide opportunity for Afghans who may wish to leave the country. That is important to us. That is why we are so focused on this and these questions right now, knowing that our commitment will not end, and knowing the sheer vast quantity of the number of Afghans who may seek to depart the country.
But for those people who have not, for any number of reasons, not been able to get onto the airport campus, and to know that at some point in the next 24 to 48 hours that they will be on a plane, what guarantee can the U.S. government give to them at this point? They're very concerned that they're targets, that their families are targets, and that no matter what the U.S. is able to work out with the Taliban, that they may be killed in the interim, waiting for someone to help them leave the country.
Well, again, we have brought to safety, together with our partners, more than 100,000 individuals. Many of these individuals were precisely in that position, fearing that were they to have stayed behind, they could be subject to intimidation, to violence, or worse, for what they've done, for the causes that they've espoused, the places that they've worked, or even, frankly, their gender. And so that is why we have worked so assiduously together with our partners, to effect this evacuation, the results of which speak for themselves. But look, you were right, and there will be many more Afghans who may wish to leave. Again, we have a special responsibility to a subset of those individuals, to American citizens who or dual nationals who opt to stay behind, to SIVs who, for whatever reason, are unable to come to the airport at this time, to potential P1, P2 referrals. We will, again, consistent with everything we've said about these commitments to safe passage, which we are very much in the process of seeking to buttress and to reinforce with our partners in the context of civilian airport, that we are doing everything we can to see to it that, again, with our partners, it remains open and a source, an avenue of refuge for those who seek to leave. But it is not just about beyond those categories. It is not just about doing all we can to affect the safe departure of Afghans from Afghanistan. Our broader goal has to be to do all we can, whether it is through humanitarian support, whether it is through diplomacy, whether it is through the significant amounts of leverage that we will have with our international partners, with the UN, to see to it that Afghans who decide to remain or who need to remain have access to safety and security in some degree of opportunity. That will be the goal of our approach going forward. Yes, we will continue to have a commitment to those we've worked with, to our citizens, for those who opt not or cannot leave now. But we also will have an enduring commitment to the people of Afghanistan, and there are many ways that we can demonstrate that commitment.
My final one. So what are you telling people who may find themselves in Afghanistan on September 1st? What should they do?
Well, again, it's hard to be categorical because we will have different messaging for people in different categories. Again, we have a special commitment to American citizens. It is precisely why we have urged them for months and months now to leave the country. It is precisely why, in the context of the security environment, that we are undertaking an unprecedented evacuation to see to it that we can bring them to safety. We have a commitment to our locally employed staff, and again, the vast majority of whom are either safe or on their way to safety. We have a commitment to SIVs, and that processing for those who are not past a certain stage yet will continue. That will continue past August 31st. It will continue past September 1st. But again, when it comes to the broader set of Afghans, many of whom will have some of the same concerns, will have some of the same fears that you've expressed. Our goal is to support them in every way we can. And just to be realistic about it, in many cases, that support will take the form of humanitarian assistance. It will take the form of what we are doing politically and diplomatically vis-a-vis any future Afghan government to impress upon them and use every lever that we have, every appropriate lever we have available to us to see to it that the government upholds the basic rights of the Afghan people. Yes, Abby.
I just want to follow up on the idea with my colleagues speaking earlier about a recognition of the Taliban and a U.S. diplomatic presence and the expectations that you would have of the Taliban in order to have a U.S. diplomatic presence there. Are you laying out specific parameters for them about needing women to be included in government, needing to ensure that girls continue to go to school? Are you laying out specific things that you want to see from them in order to have a U.S. diplomatic presence here on the ground?
We have made clear to the Taliban well before August 14th that the United States has a set of criteria, and we have given them specific criteria that we would look to for any future government. The Secretary has spoken to this to some degree. He's made the point that any future Afghan government that respects the rights of its people, that is inclusive in its approach, that follows through on its counterterrorism commitments, and that follows the norms set out by the international community, the basic norms spelled out by our allies and partners. That may well be a government we could work with. Conversely, a government that does not do those things is almost certainly a government that we cannot work with. So again, we can have these conversations with the Taliban at this moment in time while government formation is taking place. But what really matters, the only thing that matters, is what any future government looks like and how any future government behaves, and how any future government behaves vis-a-vis the rights of its people, its counterterrorism commitments, and yes, our ability and the confidence we would have, to be able to operate any sort of diplomatic facility safely and securely. Because, again, there is going to be nothing more important to us when we think about these questions of a diplomatic presence than that singular question, whether we're comfortable in the conditions, whether we are confident that our people can operate safely and securely on the ground. Yeah, let me move around a little bit. Yes.
Thank you, Ned. I have two questions, please. First, we've spoken to several Afghan refugees who've recently arrived in the United States, and they said among the chaos they had to leave family members behind, and that they were separated essentially. Is the U.S. State Department working with any of these refugees who have arrived in the U.S. and said they've been separated? Are you helping them locate family in Kabul and doing anything to get them together to bring them to the United States?
Again, these are questions that will have to be adjudicated on a case-by-case basis. Many of the refugees and vulnerable at-risk Afghans who have already made it to this country, whether they were SIVs who were resettled, whether they are at-risk Afghans who have more recently arrived, are working with refugee resettlement agencies. And so it is true that our Bureau of Population, Refugee and Migration is working very closely with these refugee resettlement agencies. There may be cases where there are individuals in Afghanistan, including American citizens, that where we have will be able to assist, and there will be other categories of eligibility going forward for individuals who are related, who are family to those who've been relocated, that may provide an opportunity for them to come to the United States, but it's really not something we can speak about in such broad terms.
Do you have a channel for them to communicate?
This department is in regular communication with the refugee resettlement agencies. We have personnel on the ground. When at-risk Afghans arrive here in the United States, we are in regular contact with the resettlement agencies thereafter.
My second question has to do with security around the airport. Yesterday, General McKenzie said that the Defense Department is sharing versions of information with the Taliban, and there's some coordination on security. Does that coordination extend to members of the Haqqani network who are also providing security?
No, it does not. The Taliban and the Haqqani network are separate entities. Yes.
I wanted to ask about the reports that came out about the U.S. sharing information from about Americans' names who are trying to get to the airport, other information, and their coordination with the Taliban. Can you speak to those reports? Are U.S. diplomats providing that level of detail to the Taliban?
What I can say is that the idea that we are providing names or personally identifiable information to the Taliban in a way that exposes anyone to additional risk, that is simply wrong. Simply wrong. What we have developed, what we have been doing, we have implemented effective tactics. And again, you need only look at the evacuation metrics in recent days for a proof point of the effectiveness. But we have developed and implemented effective tactics to be in a position to facilitate the safe passage of individuals to the Kabul airport. That includes American citizens, it includes our LES. It includes SIVs, P1, P2. Again, I said just at the top of this briefing that now the vast majority of our locally employed staff are safely on the airport compound. These are individuals who one might expect the Taliban would seek to exact some degree of retribution, might seek to. But again, we have developed these tactics. We have implemented them effectively. It is also true, because of the fact that the Taliban is de facto in control throughout much of Kabul, that there is some degree of coordination, as you've heard from the military, as you heard from the president yesterday, that is required on their part. But the notion that we are just providing them with names upon names of individuals who may stay behind in Afghanistan or in a way that would expose anyone to additional risk, that is simply false.
Yeah. On what you just said regarding the Haqqani network. There are members of the Haqqani family who are in prominent positions now within the Taliban. So you're not in any way coordinating with the Haqqani network? And
the Haqqani network is a designated foreign terrorist organization. We are not coordinating with the Haqqani network. Yes.
So after the 31st, U.S. military forces will leave. How is the U.S. going to facilitate evacuation of Americans and SIVs after that? What kind of diplomatic measures are being considered?
So we are considering, and part of this goes to the questions of any sort of diplomatic presence, the types of consular assistance that we may be able to provide after August 31st. So I don't want to get ahead of where we are. But we are thinking about this, knowing our commitment to the American people, to American citizens who, for whatever reason, decide to stay behind or who aren't able to reach the airport safely. So in our planning, we are absolutely prioritizing that. When it comes to other categories, people who are not American citizens, again, this gets back to the issue we've been discussing. We have a commitment to special immigrant visa holders or special immigrant visa applicants. We have a commitment to our locally engaged staff. We have a commitment to other at-risk Afghans that doesn't expire on August 31st or any other date. Again, the Taliban have provided commitments to safe passage that don't expire on August 31st or any other date. Our commitment, we are firm. We know that will remain. The Taliban's commitments, again, we will have to see what that looks like after August 31st. But here's what we do know. We will use, again, every appropriate tool available to us, every appropriate tool available to the international community to see to it that the Taliban upholds that commitment. It's another reason why we're focused on the airport, doing everything we can to get the airport up and running. I know Matt said he didn't want to hear it, but
no, it's not that I don't want to hear it, Ned. It's just that when you give a 10-minute answer that doesn't give.
Well, let me volunteer. Let me volunteer one thing that you didn't ask about that I think may be of interest to some of you. Teams of U.S. and allied air traffic.
Evacuations are pressing forward in Afghanistan under the threat of more violence.
We still believe there are credible threats.
What?
In fact, I'd say specific credible threats. And we want to make sure we're prepared for those.
Crowds at Kabul's airport visibly thinner following Thursday's deadly terrorist attack.
Where was that?
President Joe Biden met with his national security team Friday to discuss the dangers still ahead.
I met with my commanders this morning, first thing in the morning, got a detailed briefing about yesterday's attacks and the measures they're taking to protect our forces and complete the mission. And we will complete the mission.
According to the White House, U.S. military
many of them left their country with very little and probably have different levels of means to start life over here or pass through different systems.
Can only go back.
And explain a little bit more about how all of the different flagging red that you've seen, because names were passed through different systems.
Really can't answer that question. That's a question for DHS, and I apologize. I just don't have that information.
And to follow up a little bit more humanitarian, with all of the
This ain't even the
thousands
same
of
people. Where
Afghans
the
that
hell
are
was that
going onto
dude?
these bases, many of them left their
Boy,
country
dude.
with very little and probably have different levels of means to start life over here. How long is DoD prepared to house and feed these refugees?
So we're prepared to house them and feed them as long as it takes to get them through the process and as long as the Secretary approves that. I agree with you. They're coming here starting over with what they bring with them. We've been incredibly well supported by the local communities, the non-governmental organizations, et cetera, that have jumped in to help these families with things of need, such as diapers, formula, clothing, you name it. You see the gamut when you're talking these large numbers, and we've been tremendously blessed to have great support.
Say willing to host as they go through the process. What do you mean by the process? If they don't have a place to go, how long can they stay on base?
Well, they'll stay on base till they complete the special immigrant visa processing process, which is owned by the State Department with support. We provide medical support. We provide contract medical support as part of that. So each of the applicants will go through a screening process, such as screening for, diseases, vaccinations, if they need vaccinated. We'll have the International Migration Organization come in towards the end of the process and work with them on where they need to be relocated. Many of them have family already here in the United States, or they'll be relocated to places where there's already Afghan populations, et cetera. What we saw at Fort Lee with those that already had some type of a special immigrant visa processing is that was taken about 5 to 7 days. We won't know exactly how long that's going to take until the State Department and everybody is on the ground full up and we're ready to begin processing. Remember, we've only been at this for a few days. And so at each location, we're going to spin up rather quickly here and begin the application and the process for a special immigrant status.
Oren Lieberman from CNN. The SIV application process, the screening process, is a long process. What happens if at some point while somebody is on a military base they fail that screening? Are they going back to Afghanistan or what's the plan there? And then, John, are you also taking questions?
Later.
I would defer you to the Department of State for that. That's really their area of expertise. We're prepared to continue this support until we get through this process in support of the State Department.
There must be a plan here. If somebody fails a screening process and is already on a U.S. military facility.
So let me go back, Oren. So they have gone through the screening process before putting feet in the continental United States from a security perspective. When they are through customs, they are paroled into the United States of America. And if they have relatives, theoretically, they can go with those relatives. What we're doing is helping them get through the screening process. And so we provide all of the governmental organizations to support that, the medical process, et cetera. And so we are not doing security screening in support of State Department. This is part of the application for special immigrant status. I hope that clarifies it.
Thanks.
Tony.
Hi, so Tony Capaccio with Bloomberg News. Do you have a breakdown by gender, roughly, of how many women, girls, boys, and men have been processed by DOD? It begs a lot of questions in terms of separate facilities. And then I had a second question about culturally appropriate food. Are we talking MREs or humanitarian MREs or local kitchens being hired to cook?
Thanks, Tony. So we're seeing about 50-50 male, female. That can change back and forth. We're seeing about 15% with children. We're seeing a lot of the females who are pregnant. So I don't have a specific detail for what you asked about for the total number with children, male, female, et cetera. But that gives you an idea. We're seeing right now 513 children at one location for a total of about 30% of that, the location. With regards to your second question,
how does a single pregnant woman?
We contract
hey,
to
fuck
provide
you! You haven't
support,
subbed for me? Get the fuck out of here,
meals,
loser!
Multiple meals for large windows. So, for example, we'll provide a breakfast meal for a halal for their culturally appropriate for a 3-hour window. We'll shut down for a second, and when I say we, it's the contract support at each location.
I don't give a
then
fuck
we'll
if you
spin up
unsub.
for a
Check this
lunch
out.
meal,
You're
and we'll do
banned,
the same
bitch.
for
You're the
the
first
dinner.
one.
Most locations, I believe, will have or do have a 24-hour grab and go culturally for the Afghans as well. I hope that answers your food question.
Can we go to the phone here? Laura Seligman, Politico.
Hi, John. Thanks for taking my question. I wanted to ask, first of all, Ned Price earlier said that he didn't know how many SIVs have been evacuated. Can you square that, General, with the numbers that you gave earlier? Is there a discrepancy between the ones that have been evacuated and the total number of people that have come to the United States? What is the difference there, and what is it that we're missing?
Hey, Laura, you need to ask the State Department. I don't have that data for you. That's a question for them.
And are there, as a follow-up, how many SIVs and other Afghans do you estimate are still at the Kabul airport awaiting a flight out?
I'll defer to General McKenzie and the forces forward. I don't know that answer. The State Department or CENTCOM may have that answer for you, Laura.
Today, it was about between 3,000 and 5,000 earlier today, but as we have talked about before, this is a snapshot in time, and it literally changes by the hour. But the last thing that I saw was somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000, but again, changes hour to hour. Courtney?
Hey, General Van Herk, it's Courtney Kuby from NBC News. I just have a couple of clarifications. So when you talk about how these individuals have already gone through the screening process before they even set foot here in the United States, does that mean that their names have already been run through the National Counterterror Database?
Courtney, thanks. It is my understanding that each one of them and their names and their biographical data and their biometric data has been run through the established databases.
You didn't answer the question.
Second, you also mentioned some of the medical support that the military is providing, including vaccinations. Does that include COVID vaccines at the bases? Are those mandatory or optional?
The vaccines are offered to them. They're offered at Dulles. We offer them as well as the task force locations. They are not mandatory.
They should be mandatory.
We see many of them are taking the vaccine if they've not already had it.
One, on the paperwork that they're getting assistance for their SIV paperwork, is there any U.S. military component? Like, do you have any military members who are assisting with that paperwork?
So the paperwork on our end for accountability purposes, where they arrive at the task forces, we absolutely are part of that paperwork process to ensure accountability, to provide security, et cetera, for them. At each of those locations. Prior to arriving at our task force locations, we are not directly involved with the paperwork process. I don't know the role in CENTCOM of any of their forces. I'd defer you to General McKenzie on questions for any DOD members forward.
Megan.
General Van Herk, it's Megan Myers from Military Times. I wanted to ask why these particular bases were chosen for SIVs. Was it because of space reasons, hard and soft buildings, or was it because of proximity to Afghan communities in the area where some of them might end up being resettled?
It was not necessarily for the specific location to an Afghan community. The department took a look at each location to ensure they had sufficient capacity, that there was capability in the region to support that. The limits of readiness and training for the local infrastructure and the bases was also a consideration. Those were all provided by the services. The services provided within the recommendations for the department, they took a look at each location and offered up those installations for approval by the department.
Okay, we'll take one more and then we're going to let the general close it out. Therese?
Yes. Hi, General Van Herk. My name's Therese Garnier. I'm with Newsy. For the children that are on base, are there any educational classes being provided for them? If not, are those children able to go to the CDCs on base to help kind of with babysitting and kind of educating them?
Education for
on American
Are you
ways
fucking kidding me right now?
That's a great question.
Great
so to answer the last part first, currently
retarded.
I'm not aware of any of them using CDCs on base. But what I would tell you, there's an outpouring of support in the local areas, local communities, organizations, non-governmental, that have showed up at each location to provide coloring books, books to read, educational opportunities, sports.
Yes, propaganda.
At Fort Bliss, when I was down there, the soldiers had built soccer goals and set up soccer areas for them to practice and play soccer to keep them occupied. So that's a great news story.
Okay, General Sir, I'm going to turn it over to you for any closing thoughts you might have.
We are the world.
Well, thanks, John, and for everybody in the room and on the phone. It's a privilege to talk to you today. And it's really a privilege to be executing this mission for those that have helped us
future terrorists of America.
Oftentimes,
are going to be in that club in high school.
We continue to look forward to supporting
that club's
them.
going to be allowed
We're
by
prepared to do this as long as it takes to ensure
it's our right,
man. Here, back in the United States of America.
Freedom of speech.
I'm really
we're the terrorist organization.
Of the soldiers, sailors, airmen,
starts with
and Marines.
Antifa.
Coasties. I've got Coasties here working for us.
Guardians, ISIS being here.
We're working very hard. Every time I look them in the eye and I talk to them, you cannot imagine how proud and privileged they are to support this mission. And they tell me that all the time when I've been out on circulation. I feel the exact same way, and we look forward to continuing to make this a successful operation. So thanks for letting me tell the story.
Full of shit, probably.
I appreciate your time this afternoon.
Trust that dude.
Okay, I got time
fucking
to
trust on
take
generals
a few
and
on my
admirals
own.
and shit. They motherfuckers spew bullshit just like these politicians do.
So, firstly, have the Taliban entered or taken control of any parts of the military section of HKIA that you're aware of?
The Taliban are not in control of any part of Hamid Karzai International Airport. I saw that report too. It's false.
Including any of the gates?
They are not in charge of any of the gates, are not in charge of any of the airport operations. That is still under U.S. military control. Lita.
John, can you give us any further details on the attack at this point? Anything about whether the Marines noticed the attacker coming? Anything about the firing of the shots? Has any of that been kind of cleared up at this point?
I don't have any additional details from what General McKenzie laid out yesterday. Again, we're going to do the forensics on this and try to learn as much as we can. And when we have some verifiable context to be able to talk to you about that, we'll do it. But we're still digging into it right now.
And one other thing, do you have any timing on when you believe the aircraft with the remains will arrive at Dover?
I don't. And as you might imagine, we're in the services are in contact with the families, and they'll notify the families.
And they have
through the casualty assistance.
The machine needed to make military cat cards. That's also on that article. They can now make a cat card and get on base, look like they're armed forces.
To meet the families of the fallen?
I don't have any schedule announcements to make, but we're all mindful of the importance of any return of fallen members, and certainly these included. But I just don't have any things to announce from a schedule perspective. Tony?
Do you have any status report on the 17 wounded at Landstuhl in terms of whether they're mostly stable or out of danger? Or?
I don't have an update on the wounded. The last count I had was that 20 of them had gone to Landstuhl. The remaining, there was some additional wounded, but that they were treated on site and returned to duty. I don't know what the status is. And as you know, Tony, we don't usually get into the details of wounded, even anonymously. We just don't typically talk about that.
It'd be useful if you get a sense of whether most are stable or in emergency.
I'm not going to promise that, Tony, and we just don't talk about the status of wounded, as I think you can understand. I mean, there's real privacy issues there that we want to be mindful of.
The news talks about that shit all the time.
Thanks. We'll see you. I'm planning to do this again tomorrow morning. So I'm shooting for around 11 o'clock in the morning tomorrow for a regular update with General Taylor. And then we'll see what the rest of the weekend looks like. All right. Thank you.
This suit's ugly. Your tie is fucking ugly. What is that? What is that? Fucking boomer. This ain't that 70s show. Get out of here with that ugly ass tie. They turned the lights on his ass. That's what you get, bub. Put your mask on. That's right. You only get to talk when we say you talk. Put that shit on. Now get out of here. Oh, now. Are you talking? Are you fucking... Hey. Hey. This guy. What's written on his list, dude? What's that say? Josh Bateman botched. What was that? What was that? It said something, dude. I'll get it. Hey, we got to get that on 4chan. Somebody's going to figure it out. Burp. Get the autism on it.
Right now, officially I cannot tell you anything about that.
ما خود در دکان خودشتگی بودیم که بسیار از انفجار قوی شد. مردم ها در اونجا زیاد تلف شد. دیگه از مردم ما خواهش میکنیم که دیگه در اطراف میدان ندهند. حیات خود را خطر نندازند. هیچ ضرور نیست. کسی را جایی که اسناد نداره هیچ کسی را بردن نمیتونه و یک مشکل است.
نام پژواک است منطقه و شناسی است میدان هوایی تقریبا از وقت که طالبان آمدن مردم زیاد ایستای میدان هوایی رفت آمد میکنن خیلی بیروبار میکنن کسایی که اسناد داره میبرشان و به اسنادا کس من ارج مرج ناق انداختن دین شام نزدیک شام بود صدای بسیار انفجار خطرناک آمد خیلی مردم از بین رفت و باز مردم رفت آمدشان است و ساعتای تقریبا 12 بجه شب بود 11:30 بجه شب هم وقتا بود خیلی یک صدای خطرناک باز هم شیشه های مردم شکست مردم خیلی باز ورخطا شد.
I feel like they should at least have to know English to come abroad. Hey bro, if you don't know English, you know come abroad. You know come abroad, you stay. You say, well, you've been doing all this time. What have you been doing all this time? If you really wanted to come here, you should at least learn a couple. What do you know? Show me what you know. What words do you know? No, more than just curse words. You have to know more than just curse words, dude. Eh? Get out of here. Next. You know what I mean?
This is Kabul emergency, and after the incident that took place in the
Is that really what it
airport,
said?
at least 120 injuries were brought here. So the situation is abnormal in here. The people are waiting for their patients to get their reports. Republic TV, Kabul.
Hey, he can come. He knows enough English.
This is the major street that is close to the airport of Kabul. So now the rush has been controlled after the incident. Everyone is hard in Kabul as the incident took place. And you can see that no one is going and coming and there is no traffic in the way. Kabul city is silenced and it's morning. The loss of at least 130 citizens. Still, there are some signs of Ahmad Shah Massoud in the streets, and the Taliban are only patrolling. Still, there are fear of the Taliban that they would attack.
اکنون ما در مرکز ولایت پنجشیر هستیم. در اینجا بیش از هزاران نفر از نیروهای خیزش مردمی، نیروهای امنیتی از ولایت‌های همجوار ولایت پنجشیر و این ولایت آمده‌اند. آنان به طالبان هشدار می‌دهند اگر در صورتی که به صلح و مذاکرات تن ندهند آماده دفاع از این ولایت هستند و آنان می‌گویند که ما تا یک قدر در خون داشته باشیم از خاک و تن خود دفاع می‌کنیم. عمران خراسانی، ریپابلیک تیوی، پنجشیر.
They're meeting up about going to war with the Taliban.
از کجا آمده از کدام ولایت؟
ما برادر از کاپیسا آمدیم.
خب گفتنیتون به چی گفت طرف پنجشیر؟
طرف پنجشیر خیلی خیلی است. انشالله مورال ما قوی است و دشمن همیال بزواری میترس از پیش ما در کاپیسا در پروان در همه نقاط افغانستان نیروهای ما خو هستند انشالله فقط منتظر قمانده عامر صاحب هستند که عامر صاحب جدید ما قمانده کنه و ما اجراعات کنیم و ما به همیشه به دنیا نشان دادیم قدرت ما را قوت ما را بازم نشان میدیم هیچ جای تشویش نیست هیچ ملت افغانستان تابع دستورهای پاکستان و تابع دولت‌هایی که علیه ما بلند شدین و ما را سرکوب کنن یه ارمان در گور ببرن چی انگلیس باشه چی آمریکا باشه چی هر کشوری که هر خری که باشه ما علیهش استادگی داریم آماده هستیم علیهش آخرین قدره خون ما استاد هستیم سر خاک ما هیچ اول قدرت دنیا در افغانستان موفق پیروز نشده و این ارمان هم در گور ببرن که امید داشته باشن که ما در افغانستان پیروز میشیم این شیرها از ما نسل دوم هستیم نسل سیوم هم انشالله رو به رشد است و رو به پیشرفت است همیشه استادگی میکنن ما بنده الله هستیم امت محمد رسول الله صلی الله علیه و سلم هستیم و هیچ وقت کشور ما را به دست دشمنان تسلیم نمی کنیم حتی یک نفر ما ببانه علیه این تجاوزگرا علیه این غارتگرا علیه اینایی که داد از قرآن داد از اسلام میزدن امروز آمریکایی در پالیش است در کابل چرا نمیزنیش؟ میگفتی تو آمریکایی برای من صلح میکنم کدام صلح کردی؟ چقدر اردوی افغانستان از بین بردی اینقدر کار از دستت میشن دیگه کاری کردن نمیتونی بازم مردمش سمت شمال استادگی دارن از کاپیسا و پروان شروع تا آخر پنشیر سرحد تاجیکستان شوروی و ازبکستان کلگی آماده است فقط قیام از اینجا شروع شود انشالله یک قبرستان برایشان جور کنیم که در تاریخ ثبت شود دیگه هیچ وقت نامش سمت شمال نگیره ما همه آرزو داریم فقط عامر صاحب منتظر قبندی عامر صاحب
I'm pretty sure he just said they want to kill Americans.
با برادر از بغلان شریف آمدیم در پنشیر برادر اینمه تو مشکلات اینمه تو جنگا شد اینمه تو برادر تاول شد ما از بغلان آواره شدیم آمدیم در پنشیر ما آمدیم انشاءالله با توکل خدا تا یک بلیس جایی که است ما از خاک از وطن خود دفاع میکنیم دیگه که تکا تکا میشیم آرمان در گور ببره طالب که ما در زیر بیرق از زندگی کنیم تا یک بلیس جایی که میمونیم ما از وطن خود از خاک خود از ملت خود دفاع میکنیم تکا تکا
Okay, he's an anti-Taliban, never mind.
یار محمد هستم از ولایت بغلان ولسوالی نهرین مدت یک وضعیت پنشیر خوب است وضعیت پنشیر کدام تغییرات نیست مردم مورالش 100% است آمادگی همه گپا را دارن دیگه بس
Do you not like it because it's not in your language? Is that why you're leaving people? Did you not like looking at my crotch? More crotch cam? You can see it, right?
ما با طالبان همی است که پای وضعیت و ملت مظلوم پریشان و در بدر است دیگه از نگاه جنگ و صلح اگر جنگ و جنجال باشه کشور ما شما ویرانه میشه پای ما همی است که در جنگ هیچ وقت بازور یک جای تسلیم و شما تسلیم نمیشیم بازور و نمیشیم از راه اصلاحات و بیادر چی که پیش بره بهتر است که خوب هستند بسا یک روحینک مردم بیادر میمان نواز دیگه از همه گپا و آشه و تاروزی که آمدیم امکانات ما میرسه
Following the deadly suicide bombing outside the Kabul airport on the evening of the 26th of August, there have been more warnings about the same. The US general overseeing the evacuation from Afghanistan has warned of more possible similar attacks on the Afghan capital before the 31st of August.
the threat from ISIS is extremely real. We've been talking about this for several days. We saw it actually manifest itself here in the last few hours with an actual attack. We believe it is their desire to continue those attacks, and we expect those attacks to continue. And we're doing everything we can to be prepared for those attacks. That includes reaching out to the Taliban, who are actually providing the outer security cordon around the airfield, to make sure they know what we expect them to do to protect us. And we will continue to coordinate with them as they go forward.
General McKenzie added that the attacks would not stop the United States from continuing its evacuation of Americans and others.
We are continuing to bring people onto the airfield. We just brought a number of buses aboard the airfield over the last couple of 3 hours. So we continue to process. We'll continue to float people out. The plan is designed to operate while under stress and under attack, and we will continue to do that. We will coordinate very carefully to make sure that it's safe for American citizens to come to the airfield. If it's not, we'll tell them to hold, and then we'll work other ways to try to get them to the airfield.
Hold.
Therese?
Yes,
Still talking? Dude, they interrupted him. I don't know if we saw. There you go, man. Micro penis.
It was in the evening around 5:30 p.m. when the incident took place. As I had fallen in the stream, I thought it was only me who was still alive. I saw all the other people were killed.
Oh, does she have a dead body in a bag? Just here's your husband. Wow. What? Oh. Crazy. Oh, so is this saying there was only one suicide bomber? I thought there were multiple attacks.
We still believe there are credible threats. In fact,
A5 Wagyu steaks from Costco? Really? Never saw those. Fresh fish, Michael Finish did it, dude. Friday. Temperature's increasing. $86.5. Leave eventually. Yeah, we'll take off. Hey, stream elements and myself were in first place. Awesome. Yeah, it's definitely time to go. I don't want to be here once it does get hot. I'd rather be gone before that happens, man. Come on, there it goes. Frame MVPs, Mr. Wild Bill 47, Jim S, Mark Bass, top 3. Thanks guys. Internet God, Nathan Randleman. That's a crazy Russian looking name, but he's Syrian though. Right? Serbian. The Serbian dude. B. Jefferson, Anthony Amadry, Micro Venus Maniac, and White Devil. A. There guys. Have a good day, happy Friday, enjoy yourselves. Whatever you do. Hey, we lost subs today. Guess what? Hey, guess what? Fuck you.